Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は334日目です。It is day 334. We're 2 days out, so today should be fairly smooth. We got another stack here. And tomorrow we'll have this as well, so it's actually not one lesson. There was a nice update to incorporate 24-hour clock, so that's kind of lovely. It looks like Sunday is going to be our 0 day for our burnout day, so I'm kind of looking forward to that. Get a chance to apply other strategies, work on our new workflow for our mnemonic building. Alright, this one should be relatively quick. Relatively. 174, that's not too bad. We'll see. Kawaii. Okay. 障害。頑張れ。Whoops. Skid it. Torikime. Okay. 捉える。出版する。出版する。right. ホテル。巻き寿司。ね？巻き寿司。No. 結構です。分離。飾り系。結婚式 or 結婚式。開館式 No. Oh, no. 結婚式 I was thinking of something else. What?結婚式 I was thinking of something very different there. Oh right, Cat Pirate. or domesticate. Hmm. What? Oh, no. Just kidding. Oh, you know what? It kind of looks like it. It kind of looks like Naya. Sort of. Huh.
Izakaya.
Oops. This is visit. Okay. Yushi. Sozo. Ukarareru. So that's it. That's it. Kinshi.
撮影禁止。
禁止。
造園
or landscaping. This is very similar. Higae. Kosu. Nenpai.
年配。
年配。
廊下。
廊下。白。白旗。
白旗。かかる。
手渡す。手渡す。
手渡す。
Oh. がかり。
手がかり。
Okay.
背が高い。
背が高い。比較する。Yes. 今。第一印象。良い。
購読する。
いや。
離れる。
逮捕する。Or it could be arrest actually. Probably arrest. 直前。直前。
漏らす。
押し入れ。
Oh, whoops. That's
大
大
騒
騒
ぎ
ぎ. Hmm.
間抜け
普
普
段
段
融合
유고. Hmm.
Harumaki.
Harumaki.
Oshi botan.
Oshibotan. Sure.
Henshu.
Henshu. Oh, just kidding. How does the eternity thing work? Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, I remember now. Still kind of weak. Hmm.
人脈
인脈. 인脈. 객기. 객기래.
激励
객기래. 기케츠.
Shuzo.
슈조. 객관택이. No, 객관택이.
客観的
객관택이. 시다크. This one's really not great.
似合う
残品
잔핀. I think this is okay. Yeah, okay.
励ます
하게마스.
飾り
가사리. Or just decoration works. 오테프기.
お手拭き
오테프기. 겐테 한바이.
限定販売
겐테 한바이. What? Oh no, exclusive sale, not ticket. This one kind of sucks, huh? Like Akoga. What? Is that not hidden? What? I could have sworn. Hmm. It's definitely. Oh no, that's not hidden. That's this is warm. The difference between hidden and warm is like legitimately right here. And then everything else, at least I think. And then this is preserved, I think. At least from the Hanzi side. So that means this is done. Gotta be careful. Oops.
出版社
Okay.
Amu.
Amu.
改
改
造
造。
分
分
解
解。What a sentence.
結
結婚
婚する
する。
故
故
障
障。Oh no, reason for hindering malfunction. How many words have I learned since the beginning of my journey? Your name seems familiar. Since the beginning of my journey. Maybe like 5,000 words? 5,000, 600,000 words, something like that? Without including conjugations and whatnot. And not including counting, I suppose.
再来年
What is my current level in Japanese? These are very stock questions, but I guess N3. I'll just say N3 conservatively. I don't think that's going to change very much in the next couple of years. Yuko? Inko. Inko.
隠居する
隠居する。 Tsu. You're also learning Japanese and you struggle with immersion. Do you have any advice? You struggle with immersion. That's something that I don't do very often. Can't really provide any advice. And since we don't really know each other, what are you currently doing with immersion? How are you going about it? Oops. That's gonna be...
遊び
Oh, it does look like it. Sakura is just a swap up. That's interesting. Yeah, I believe this is Naya. Worry. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't connected Sakura to Naya. Huh. Intriguing. The more you know.
離婚
Nikon. You try reading light novel and Twitter on Japanese? Alright. So since you haven't mentioned graded readers, have you tried graded readers? How do you engage in light novels and Twitter in Japanese? Like, in what way? What is your routine when you immerse in something? Usually, when someone is actively immersing, they have some sort of workflow for cognitive load. So, what is it that you do when you read your light novels and Twitter? Graded readers adds a implicit routine that may or may not be entertaining to you. However, it still mechanically produces a cognitive load when you use graded readers. Reading light novel and Twitter may not guarantee a cognitive load because immersion can be passive. If any of those buzzwords mean anything to you. You use Twitter just as entertainment in your free time? Okay, so that would not be considered a particular immersion for learning, but more like consuming. So if you're learning Japanese, using Twitter as entertainment probably isn't where you're learning Japanese. About your light novels, what do you do with your light novels? What it can do for Twitter is to help you retain what you learned in Japanese, though. What you do for entertainment in your free time, it will retain what you already know about Japanese. In order to learn, it has to be an active process. And an active process typically requires at least like 16 or 17 major points. One of the biggest points that I see, this is presumption because I don't know you. The presumption is that you took to immersion because immersion dealt with vibing and doing something that you could see yourself doing for fun. And oftentimes the thing that people are talking about when they're talking about immersion is they're referring to something that is active. And in order to make something active, oftentimes it requires a cognitive load, which is not what makes immersion very attractive to a lot of people. They don't really like cognitive load. What's the difference? Consuming is the best way because immersion is painful anyways, and it makes it less. Unfortunately, then learning is not going to be something that you enjoy. For now. So that painfulness, yeah, immersion is painful. Probably the learning part is painful. Immersion itself, what you're doing is consuming, which is immersing for all intents and purposes. It's a passive immersion. Yeah. That pain that pain doesn't have to necessarily be painful, but that is what learning is. Learning is involving things that you are not used to doing. So what is active immersion? Well, we can go over some of the quick points about active immersion, I suppose, before we get too carried away. So something that's active, well, let's just say immersion, right? Immersion deals with, oftentimes we'll reduce it to 3 points that qualify as immersion. It's something native, because that's what people do. That's one of the most popular characteristics. It's native. It's contextually high is the other one. Basically, you're observing an environment that is incredibly complex. It's not breakable, right? Lots of context. And then it has to be, it's already habit forming. These are, I believe, the 3 tenets that I would classify as immersion. So it's probably native content in your target language, has high context, and it's already a habit that you find that you already do, which is this one you mentioned specifically. It's because it's less painful, because it's already habit formed, right? And then you're hoping that the context provides enough learning through repetition. So context heavy deals with repetition. And then native is usually for exposure. So now that we have all these immersions, it means that there's passive and active immersion. Passive immersion is vibing, outputting, and recalling. These are specifically the focus, basically reinforcement. So it's really excellent for retention of things you already learned. So active requires different things: discovery, association, and exposure to some extent. So this is what discovery is. So I'm using different words, but discovery, association, and how do we do it? Encoding. So we'll break out this a little bit more. Discovery means to something new. So at some point your workflow, so both of these have workflows, but for the active workflow, it has to involve making note of something new for discovery. So that's a great way to indicate if you're doing discovery. Association is to connect with something you already know. So this is, a lot of people would then highlight CI as a theory. Basically, when you form an association, you discover something new, and you discover what that new thing means by forming connections with something you already know. Comprehensible input, right? Then encoding means that you have some sort of active way to keep track of the things you learned, or the things that are new and what the connection is. So encoding deals with recording, logging, and testing. So all these things deal with seeing if it's in there. And then and all of this, active means it requires effort and a cognitive load. So you're doing more than what you used to. Passive is for reinforcements. Oh, it reinforces, so entertainment, entertainment, fun, use, application. Those are things that you have learned. So typically it really does break down to passive is practice most of the time, and active is learning. So if this is the part that I'm asking, if you do any of this, you have to have a workflow that involves discovery, association, and a process of encoding. So how do you store new information that you discover, and how do they relate to your prior knowledge? Then you can use all of that and go into a passive process to reinforce. So immersion, if you're only using immersion, right, then you're gonna need to find some way to make you active when you have energy. So you're saying when you can tolerate pain, we'll use your words here. When you can tolerate pain, as in going to the gym, for example, you set aside time to be active, like hours. Then when you're done with your workout and you've gotten the pain, no pain, no gain, you can then go back to assigning a time for you to use entertainment as a form of practice. And that's probably what I would think about, or suggest thinking about. Having no detail of what you're doing right now, that's how I would go about it. So it looks like you may want to add some sort of active routine to your immersion. It doesn't have to be the world. It can be something very small and you build upon it. So maybe like sentence mining. Pick out one sentence from a Twitter a day. Do it for a week. So then you'll have 7 sentences that you want to look at in a week. And then you can choose to scale it up. Maybe you'll do 2 sentences from Twitter or your light novel a day each week. And then so on and so forth. At some point, as you scale up, things become more efficient. So you'll end up being able to do more and more. And then at some point, it'll be enough for you to feel like you're making progress while still not without sacrificing too much of your entertainment time. You do need time in between. So jamming a lot of things all at once will make practicing very difficult. So generally you're balancing the two. So from now on, you can choose to see how much, like ask yourself, what is the minimum amount of things you can do actively? Try that for a week and ask yourself, is it efficient enough for you to then try more? So starting with 1 sentence a day is pretty good. Like discovering a couple words a day for a week and then see how you feel. That's probably will introduce an active process to the immersion. As a disclaimer, I only passively immerse in the evening, and I don't actually use immersion at the moment. At the moment, I don't use immersion as a form of learning. I only use immersion as a form of reinforcement. So whatever I'm streaming right now is what I'm doing actively. So I'm like focusing on seeing if I can learn new things or new ways to remember things. And then most of the time I'm watching anime and watching anime, listening to vlogs and podcasts in multiple languages. And then I'm only paying attention to what I already know. I'm not sitting there taking notes because I'm also tired near the end of the day. So find a time that you feel like, I can do anything. I can work hard for like the next 30 minutes or something. Find like a Twitter post or a light novel and take that, write it down, look at what it means, and then save it. And then you can test yourself later at the end of the week. Once you collect a week's worth of things, you can test yourself maybe in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks and then longer and longer. So then you don't have to like eat into too much pain, because pain does, I do understand that cognitive load and really early cognitive load can be very discouraging. You can work up to it. You have a whole lifetime ahead of you to want to learn Japanese, so try not to hit the books too hard. That's probably what I would say, without understanding anything about whatever you're currently doing, other than it seems like you like immersion. All right. Liquid. Liquid. Or, yeah, liquid. Liquid works.
Hensha.
Hensha. Defend. Oops. Or defense. Okay.
腎臓
Jinzo. Kokateki. Kokateki. Okay.
冷える
Hieru.
Souritsu.
Souritsu. Oh no, that's structure. Oh, maybe like establishment. Ikidasu.
抜き出す
Ikidasu. Okay. 従える. No, yeah. 従える.
従える
So loud. Bit off. To be a company. Oh, right. Past tense. I can English. I English good. Good. Go on. Oh. Oops. Torikaeru. Yeah. 量ね。領事の領事。Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's not it. Who's husband? Echo. Definitely something like replace, right? Yes. No. I think we're gonna have to come back to this. Not quite. Oh. We're gonna come back to this. I have no idea. Oh,
景観
Sarai gets it.
再来月
Oh,
統一
it's
構造
also this is structure. 西ヨーロッパ。
西ヨーロッパ
印。印。
印
印。
浴
浴
衣
衣。
濡れる
to be wet. Sorry.
抜け
抜け
る
る。Heru. Or like to be pulled out. I don't know how to like to get. Hello there, drama. It's been some time. How are you? Doing good? I'm doing pretty well. Doing good, I'm doing good. What are you up to lately? Are you back on vacation mode or what have you been up to lately? Nukete is to come out, I think, but why did to come out worked? Yeah, it's oh, I see how it works for the other thing too, now that I think about it. Oh, Nikidasu is probably similar to pull something. Is probably why it still is acceptable. Skateboarding. That's intriguing.
製造
Seizo. I've forgotten that you're a vibrant youth. Skateboarding. How's the skateboarding scene where you are? I haven't heard skateboarding in a while. Like, it's a conversation I don't typically have, so that's something interesting to ask about, especially foreign skateboarding.
Echo.
Akueikyo. You saw some skaters last month, but now it's just scooter kids at the skate parks. Oh, now in the wintertime it's kind of dead. I see. I can only imagine what it feels like when it's cold and you hit the ground. I did some various forms of quote-unquote skate-related activities back in youth, but nothing too substantial. Largely of the blade type of variety. Right. A little bit weak on the die part. You're not a great skateboarder yourself? Recreation. Bring on recreation it is. I was a recreational skater. For sure. I immediately want to type. Oh wait, actually it is Chokibo. Also been thinking about benefits of stopping. WaniKani later at level 40 or earlier at level 25. Benefits of stopping something. That's interesting. How does one go about looking at benefits of stopping something? Are we talking about a transaction here? Benefits would require a gain on stopping something. So what is what are you substituting?
Omakase.
Let's see.
Sudeni. Setake. Well, since you initially wanted to stop at level 30 because you think it's not time efficiently anymore, that doesn't sound like a benefit. That sounds more like optimizing. But maybe it's even more optimal to stop earlier or maybe even later. That sounds like optimizing and not benefit analyses. What are you substituting with the time? So you're saying it's not time efficient. So what is it that you are substituting with the time? Not doing something, regardless if it's efficient or not, is losing a benefit, not actually gaining anything. So what is it that you are to substitute if you stop early or even stop late? What is it that you're substituting? Not doing something, it's not beneficial regardless if it's efficient or not. I don't know if we're connecting on that front, but not doing anything regardless is not a benefit. Unless that time is somehow something you've already don't have. a liberation of time can be a benefit if you're already running out of time. Yeah, James, as a background, drama gave me like a rough outline or a tentative outline of their plans for the next 2 years. I'm gonna say roughly 2 years, and it's a very interesting, incredibly tight flow, although it doesn't have any timing. So I'm kind of asking about timing situations because I feel one of the maybe 17-ish points about learning, one of them is time management, in my opinion. And oftentimes it's very difficult to appreciate, largely because I feel most people wing their time management skills. Kind of curious. Level 40, I have no idea what level 40 is about either. 25 seems like a reasonable place to stop. I mean, if you're already talking about the benefits of stopping, what keeps you from stopping right now? Yeah, it's so interesting talking to someone being efficient or optimal in studying. You looked at the stats. Level 30, 81% of common. 1000 level 40, 97 of common 1000 kanji. Okay. That's an interesting metric. And what does that tell you? So if your priority, it's, I mean, I'm not gonna try to read into it. What is that telling you? Since WaniKani is linear in time, sure. Okay. It's also pretty linear in volume, but I'll read more into it when you're mentioning common 1000, a common 1000 kanji situation. Sorry, I'll at least finish this before I start yapping. Pause it. This to the getting more close.
供給
Okay. Uh,
背中
Senaka. Oh. Spent. I am going to skip that for now.
Koshifuke? No, koshinuke.
腰抜け
Heck? Okay. You get 97% kanji coverage of 1000 most common kanji. Give me a sec. Having trouble getting to the point, creating a thought. Okay, it'll summarize your thought in a note. Sure. I think becoming familiar with all Joyu kanji would be a reasonable goal. It really is. Yeah, it really is. If that is the priority, then actually quitting early is probably more beneficial for that goal. Uh, 25 would be, if we're doing if we're doing based on those metrics, 25 would be more than 40 per unit time. I do agree that WaniKani is linear in time, provided that the person has consistency. And then if we're doing linear time, it's diminished return based on the Joyo kanji. Yep, definitely. The question now is there's investment and return. So that time liberated, what are they doing? What is the goal then to cover up the rest of the Joyo in a quicker time would be the metric, right? So whatever they're substituting for the linear time gained by WaniKani has to cover the rest of the Joyo in a time faster than the time it takes to get to the rest of the Joyo in WaniKani. And that's specifically, yeah, me too, James. I'm interested in how they go about that. And we're not talking about retention, obviously. We're specifically talking about exposure now, because how they're using their metric, they're not talking about retention. They're talking about exposure. So it takes a specific amount of time to get from like a certain level in WaniKani to get the first exposure of the Joyo kanji. So additional methods is not addressing retention, it's addressing exposure. So do they just go straight to the dictionary? And like the fastest way to get exposure based on those metrics that they're using is to go to the dictionary and literally look at those words, look at those characters. That's the fastest way. I don't think the metrics that drama is using right now accurately reflects what they're trying to do to learn the common Joyo things. Yeah, and Yomitan can do that immediately. Yep, exactly. So the fastest way to get exposure are those metrics. I'm likely to think that there are far more metrics involved, but the rest of the metrics are kind of a vibe. So you're just vibing it, like, oh, I've learned it, and then now I'm going to retain it by method. We're not assuming that, because the only thing I know right now is they're evaluating based on Joyo exposure. That's it. So dictionary, Yomitan, some dictionary related jisho would be easily the fastest way if that's the metric that they're relying on. It doesn't say anything else, right? That metric doesn't tell you if you have retention, how you're encoding it, how you're going to reinforce it, how you're applying it. Simply getting to the Joyo exposure. In fact, I wouldn't even recommend WaniKani. Definitely pulling up a dictionary would be the fastest for that type of metric. So if you want to hit the 1000 kanji the fastest, literally look at those kanji and you'll reach 100% coverage the fastest. It's objectively the fastest. This is why I typically ask people, how are you measuring things? Because
metrics are often used very... There's a leap of logic in the metric a lot of times. They don't really tell you a lot of things when you're looking at data. Objectively challenging it with the Occam's razor will reveal whether that metric will tell you a lot. You think flashcards are very powerful and useful retaining? Yes, I agree. I like Anki because it's free and customizable. Absolutely. If you know what you're looking for and what you're using to retain your information as opposed to exposure, flashcards are amazing. Flashcards are wonderful in retention, and using that appropriately for its retention is fantastic. I think using flashcards, like from my experience now, at least from WaniKani, flashcards for exposure is like okay. I think it's really close. It's too close to rote memory, and it entrains too much rote memory reliance. What I do enjoy about WaniKani that you can sort of find not on the Anki itself, but from users, is to figure out what users use as memory tools, as in like mnemonics. So I'm using WaniKani because I'm using the mnemonics. I'm curious how Kevin and Co designs their content around the thing. And then it's a bonus that flashcards are good at retaining things. Retaining the mnemonic stuff, not necessarily retaining the use of the language. Like, it's not necessarily teaching you how to use the language, right? Because it doesn't demonstrate any of that. But it is very curious how they go about trying to isolate these things on the stuff that they're iterating on. So their ideas, their mnemonics. So that's kind of what WaniKani is interesting about. It is no more powerful than any other flashcard system. If you're not interested in any of the mnemonics that Koichi, WaniKani, I was referring to HanziHero all of a sudden. WaniKani, if you're not interested in that part of the aspect, having an Anki platform do all of that for you, that's the way to go. Largely, if you're not interested in other people's, like, how I say, emotional or professional output, right? When we're talking about blatant objectivity and whatnot, obviously the value of WaniKani is subjective in that case. When we're comparing flashcard systems, Anki and most forms of SRS are objectively probably negligibly different when it comes to metrics like coverage, because largely it's dependent on your exposure rate. You know, coverage is based on exposure. So pulling up a dictionary is probably the most optimal way. We'll look into to see if there are other metrics involved in what coverage means. That's probably the definition I'm kind of looking forward to, like how coverage is defined. My coverage is defined by how well it's retained, and not how quickly it is encoded. Retention is the step that follows after encoding. So it's assumed that what I retain is something that I encoded. So my metrics have to be retention based on self-assessment on a monthly basis. And it usually involves 2 or 3 ways of active recall in order to ascertain what my coverage is for after any particular time length. So I do that maybe every 30 days, and then an even larger assessment every 3 months. 3 months, half a year, and a year. That's how I would compare my metrics on methodology and efficiency. Exposure means that I only have to see it once to increase that number. So I imagine there's more to it than 81% of common 1000 kanji at level 30. Benefit of the doubt, obviously. Let's see. Where are we at? So like stick your belt. Oh, this is coward. Right, coward. 答える。
答える
I'm incredibly biased. It's about retention because minimizing having to quote unquote relearn or re-study is something that I know I don't tolerate very well. So I work towards my advantage, my emotional advantage. My emotional advantage is I don't want to panic by constantly telling myself I don't remember this. So I typically focus on completing the cycle as quickly, like completing the cycle as methodically. It doesn't matter if it's slow or fast, most consistently as possible, as opposed to focusing on like the speed or optimization of exposure, right? The discovery process. The discovery process can happen so rapidly, right? This is what I just told Nord about it. In the active process that I refer to, it involves discovery, association, right? Association, which then leads to that encoding, and then encoding leads to a method of retention. And retention, for me, is application, application, application. So it has to complete this cycle. And right now, my current application is teaching. Teaching and explaining. All right, drama. Let me, I'll finish these reviews first and I'll take a look at it at the end. I do have a time limit today because I have like a scheduled supervising, private supervising thing. I don't even know what to call it, but it's, I guess I'm trying something out. I have like a study session that I'm going to sit in. It's been the last 3 weeks. Let me finish this first so we can put the clock on. 貧乏人
貧乏人
DM's good. I'll take a look at it after. I got 21 more things.
画廊
At all.
Kison
So与える
背広
正直 Oh no, it's not. Dang it. Oh, okay. I got the 2. I see. I see what I thought about earlier. Which one did they use? Stairs? Okay.
延長する
Don't sit it.
Hinder?
触る
Or to irritate. Okay.
匂い
Hmm. Oh, yeet. Okamaenaku.
お構いなく
Okamaenaku. Like, don't mind me. It says not to mind. Basically, no mind, no mind, right? It actually, no mind is what I feel the katakana phrase is, like in sports and stuff. No mind, as in if someone screws up, don't mind it. And I hear that far more than that. Oh, maybe that's a new age thing or an anime thing. I'm not sure. I often hear no mind, no mind, as in don't forget about it. Focus on the game situation when something goes wrong. And don't mind me is a little bit of reminding me of that. A little bit. Get that quoted sentence for teriyaki. Crazy. Oh, okay. So I skipped 3. Man, I don't. Okay. So I'm kind of like stuck on the right. So the right is. Oh, this is really special. What is this? This is like exchanging notes. Exchanging notes as in currency, right? And it's really different. Or it's not really that different. It's the right that is different. Like Ryogae
両替
change money or something. And what was this? Huh, yeah, it was replace. That's why I couldn't get it. I keep thinking Ryoka and I'm like, huh. UFO wait. Ya Shaka Shiteiru? No. No idea. What is that? Gotcha. In the example sentence? Oh, you're asking. Oh, yeah, I have no idea. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I do know what it is. UFO catcher. It's a gacha game. Sorry, it's a gacha thing. Yeah. No. I know after listening, after I said it a couple times. Like a Dragon. Like a Dragon. Actually, I go to Otakon and they bring UFO catchers to the like gaming hall. Like a Dragon. Like a Dragon has UFO catchers. It's one of the mini games. Yeah, I just realized. I'm like, what is gacha? It's a catcher. Yeah. No. I'm good. Yeah. You can find me doing the UFO minigame in every single. I do completion runs of Like a Dragon game, so you can catch me playing the UFO catcher in every single Like a Dragon game at some point, and Mahjong at every single game. I gotta write this. Let's see.
We got, right, it's deposits. And what was deposit? I think it's Azu. It's like Azukeru and the others, right? No. Is it? No. Azukaru? Azukaru sounds so
Azukaru.
good. Alright, okay. This is more like to take care of, or to be like, to be trust, like you are taking care of, to look after. Yeah, it's fine. They should have, they do have a shogi minigame. Yeah, shogi is part of it too. So you will find footage of me playing every single shogi requirement for every game in Like a Dragon. And I only do the puzzle stuff and then like minimum ranks, because I'm not a shogi dude. Like, I know how to play shogi, but I'm not. Yeah, so most of the lifestyle stuff are all in Like a Dragon, and we'll talk about it in the future. It's only 3 months away. We're gonna play Kiwami 3 and Blood Tides. So more mini games. What other mini games are? You played a bit of chess and wanted to learn shogi. It's very different though. It's different enough to be very different. Yes. And I think in terms of those type of games, even the smallest difference is incredibly different. It changes the name of the game. Yeah. However, nearly, I would say it's kind of like Japanese and Chinese. There's like a 70% to 80% overlap in terms of like its representation. However, it's the 20% that makes it incredibly different. It's one of those things, like both of them are a game of incredible mastery, so that the nuances make all the difference. It's kind of like saying, what's the difference between kanji and hanzi? It makes all the difference, despite them having 80% overlap. The way they're used changes the entire landscape. The 20% makes the entire landscape can be remarkably different. But it does translate fairly okay. The chess foundations do work out pretty well. This is special. It's like tsuiyasu. Tsuiyasu is to spend. Okay, so where are we at for tomorrow? We're at 5 p.m. So 17 and 18. And then I kind of slightly digressed it there. So 5 and 6. So we're gonna have to flip the schedule tomorrow to meet the schedule. And it looks like we're gonna have a burnout day guaranteed on Sunday, right? Because this is gonna be a 2-day cycle up to here. All right, so let's take a look at these notes. Wait. Are you ready with those notes? What do you got? What do you got for me, Drama? I'll go over this while you hand me some of the notes, or share some of the notes if you want. Like, what do you got? I'm ready for it. I'm gonna go over these while you're going for that. All right, so we're on our 3rd day, right? These are some of your thoughts? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, go for it. While you're writing that up, I'm gonna go through this. I'll read into our definitions here. So, Q, long time. Jo, preface. Chi, intention.
on kindness, sai, gather, sakura, sakura. I get stuck on this a little bit each and every time. E, eternity, eki, fluid, or liquid, whichever one. Gan, I, soul, ancestor, seki. Heck, achievement. Got a little stuck on that. This one gets stuck too a little bit. Defense. Good. Got stuck on this a little bit as well. Duplicate. That's it. That's it. Random. Sun. Agree. Send. Coin. Ka. Domesticate. Sho. Un. Ho. Party. Tamago. Eggs. Egg. Ho. Into. Ho. Dirty. You. Yoku. Yoku. Want. Yearn. Or yeah, want. Want is good. Dan. Warm. Skue. Desk. Yaku. Translation. I got a little bit stuck on this too. Sen. Or die. Alright. Is there any particular order in which kanji is introduced in WaniKani? Is it in graded order? WaniKani does... Did I mention this before? WaniKani does a 80... Or not an 80. It's kind of like... We're gonna say around 70, 20, 10... 15... 5 split. So it's actually kind of like 1 here. So like it starts off like this. So it doesn't it does across the board diminish curve across ends. And then eventually this hits 100% at some point quite quickly. I forgot what level it is. I can check. Hold up, give me a sec. So level 16. Level 16. And then it stops. So then this volume is then redistributed to the other 3. And then this is level 27. Level 27 is when N4 hits. So technically I have quote unquote coverage of N5 and N4 kanji. And then this gets at level 27, this gets redistributed to these 3. Right? So it's still staggered in a way that I will know characters in N3, N2, and N1. And here, this is where they staggered even further. And both of these are at level 51. And then there's actually there's not a complete coverage of N1. It caps out at 80%-ish. So that's how they distribute kanji order. They have a preference for the lower end, but they're distributing it in a manner that you'll probably see a mix every once in a while of an N1, N2, or N3. And usually the reason why this came up is the metric that drama came over, and that is there's a weight, a bit of a weight to common. So I can tell you what that looks like in terms of Joyo. So in terms of Joyo, like Joyo is graded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And level 6 is when Joyo, you DM me the notes? Alright, cool. Or level 8. So level 8 is when Joyo 1 is complete. Level 18 is when Joyo 2. There's some slight weight for early ones, but it gets wild. So all of these, the rest of these, are 40 plus to complete them. However, they are distributed in this way, like the 70, 20, 15, 5, 11. So even when you're using Joyo distributions, they're still favoring early levels, or the earlier levels. However, in terms of Joyo, the completion is all the same. Like, it's distributed across the rest of the thing, so it's more in line with JLPT, is what I would say, if that helps. Like, so they have some weight in a combination of how common phrases or common vocabulary in terms of reading comprehension, like encouraging people to read with these things, so in somewhere else, and then trying to cover in a way somewhat of a chronological order with JLPT. So it's geared towards a mix of exposure enough to go and read it's usually around anywhere between level 20 to level 30 is where the sweet spot is. Go on, read something, right? And then also preparing people for the JLPT exams. That's in terms of kanji specifically, not like sentence structure and speaking and stuff, just specifically for the kanji characters that you're asking. Yeah. That's the statistics that I have come to see. All right, so some advanced stuff early, T0 is definitely good. I agree. Like, having a mix is very useful. All right, so let me check out these notarinos. Oh, okay, so we got a DM note. All right. So why stop WaniKani? Okay, let me write some thoughts. So some keywords. So this is for check stop 2025, right? Okay, it's written as highest ROI. All right, highest ROI. These levels give the core kanji foundations needed for reading immersion. That is by design. So check. This is intended design. I agree. WaniKani teaches in a fixed artificial order. That is true. Artificial. We're gonna toss out. We're gonna toss out words like artificial. They don't mean anything without a standardization. Everything you do is artificial. You're an English learner learning, or you're a English speaker learning Japanese. So everything is artificial. Not based on frequency or what you actually see in real Japanese. You're not real Japanese. So that point is, I would say, okay. WaniKani teaches
So artificial, this is what you're talking about when it's artificial. You're basing it on frequency. Frequency based. And real Japanese. I'm gonna put real in quotations. WaniKani teaches kanji vocabulary out of context. Out of context. Teaching. You memorize shapes and readings and English glosses. Not how the kanji behaves in real language. Okay, there's the real part again. Real language. And then you memorize. So, okay, I see memorize. Shapes. Plus readings. And then I'm not sure what the English glosses means. I don't know what English glosses means, but we're gonna say English. So I can concur. You can. It's yes. True. 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 Subjective. 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 After level 25, immersion plus targeted Anki mining. So we're probably talking about active immersion. So it's being substituted with active immersion. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Active immersion, which the active part is produced by Anki, using Anki as a facilitator for record keeping. Record keeping or sentence mining, probably. Becomes more time efficient for building vocabulary and reinforcing kanji naturally. This is artificial. But you're arguing it's natural. And then building vocabulary. So it's specifically being used to build vocabulary. Okay. More time efficient. I guess we'll find out. Time efficiency. Time efficiency. TBA. The goal is not 100% Joyo coverage. The goal is to build enough kanji familiarity, start immersion, and acquire the rest through context, which is more efficient. So the goal is not Joyo. But you're using metrics based on frequency. So you're probably going to need a new metric. The goal is to build kanji familiarity to start immersion. That's fine. That's what you're doing. So I would probably agree. It's very reasonable. Because it's intent. This is a good intent by design. Let's see. And then the rest through context. I agree that immersion. I agree that most immersive things provide context. Saying that studying with abstraction is out of context is not correct. I do not agree with that. Fear of missing out. Okay. So you have some quotes. Fear of missing out. Okay. Yeah, FOMO is big. So I'm not sure what. If I if I stop WaniKani early, you'll miss important kanji. FOMO is a strange oddity. It will be present regardless of your circumstance. So If you stop WaniKani, then you might miss important kanji. But if you don't start immersion, you might miss important kanji. If you continue WaniKani, you might miss important kanji from immersion. So typically FOMO is unfortunately one of those things that you're gonna have to negotiate. Negotiate like emotionally. If I kanji coverage misconceptions, WaniKani 40 gives 97% of the 1000 most frequent kanji versus 80% at WaniKani 25, but kanji coverage does not equal vocabulary comprehension. For your sub, I'm not sure what misconception is, but I'm assuming these are personal misconceptions, right? So I agree with you. That's pretty astute. That frequent kanji does not equal vocabulary comprehension. They are in fact very different things. But kanji is part of vocabulary comprehension. So this is an all or none statement. This is more like vocabulary may be less, kanji may be less than or equal to vocabulary comprehension. And usually it's not very likely that is equal to. So it's more like vocabulary comprehension has more than kanji, but it is part of vocab comprehension. Saying it's not equal is inaccurate. That is a false statement. Knowing kanji does not equal understanding words, grammar, sentences, or actually spoken. That is a false statement. It is part of understanding. It will be involved in understanding words, grammar, etc. All or none statements like that are erroneous and can be easily falsified. I should rather spend time immersing mining sentences with Migaku, sure, and reviewing these in Anki than doing further WaniKani progressions. These are very reasonable statements. I think most of these are very reasonable. Most of them are subjective, not objective. And I don't necessarily see any form of evidence to support this. I feel like whatever you're doing now is going to work because you have a commitment to it. I don't necessarily think most of these are here are my, like, I don't know, commentary. It's not really a counter argument. You believe what you believe in at the moment is a good way to learn Japanese. But here's my maybe some commentary. Personal misconceptions. I don't think anyone disagrees with this, so I'm not sure what misconceptions there are. Like, they're not a substantial number of people actually agree that kanji does not equal all of vocab comprehension. But the majority of people believe that kanji is a part of learning everything else. So saying that something is not something is misinformation, or maybe it's disinformation. I don't know how you're internalizing this, but understanding that process-oriented things are involved in other things is the concept that we're trying to juggle between benefits and cost-risk things. If you go into immersion without an understanding of kanji, for example, you can still kind of pick up vocabulary, grammar, and words without ever internalizing kanji at all, right? We already talked about Crashin's work. They come up all the time. Crashin, CI, CI, CI. Let me know what specific thing you want to talk about when it comes to CI, I suppose. And you can also bring up the other Steve if you want. Steve Kaufman, who kind of is more in actively doing things as opposed to theoretical work like Stephen Krashen. Conceptual work. Let's see. Because Steve Kaufman actually, like, he's still participating in that activity. I'm not sure about Krashen though. Krashen is more a conceptualist and a seminarist, right? Someone who's spreading word conceptually. And he's earlier, I guess, to some extent. Okay, so where do I feel? So somehow here are my comments if I were to, we're not using like objectivity here. So mindset, let's talk about mindset for a moment. Words like natural, real, efficient, artificial, context, excuse me, frequency. These are what I'm collecting, like what I'm collecting in terms of there are some ones that I wasn't prepared to hear, actually, in some sense. The FOMO was something I wasn't ready to hear from you. Drama, interesting enough. And then we have immersion. Comprehension. Some of these words are a little bit tenuous for me. Natural is a big one. Natural to me, like, I'm offering an alternative mindset here. So these are alternative mindsets. So oftentimes natural is used to create a model of learning. In fact, most of these do deal with that. Real also fits into that, and artificial fits into that. So when it comes to a model, of learning, what you're modeling after is some form, some perspective that is not you. So this is appeal to nature. Yeah, nature is fallacious. Yeah, so here's where, if you're saying natural, real, and artificial, you're trying to apply, in my opinion, objectivity to a model of learning that is purely subjective. And if you don't agree with me on subjectivity, we can use objectivity to prove my point. So you are not Japanese, right? Your life experiences, strategies, things that you feel natural when it comes to the properties of learning. So we're talking about learning here, not the language itself, the properties of acquiring the language. When you appeal to nature in terms of naturalness, real and artificial, that perspective is using a model that comes from your perception of what is natural for Japanese, projected onto, with you projecting your experience through it. You feel that it is natural to learn, like how you acquired maybe your first language, as well as putting it in the context of Japanese. That is fallacious, objectively, because you are no longer that. You are an adult, multilingual. As we discussed, you do have multilingual strategies. Like, you maintain multiple languages already, and trying to model yourself with real nature, natural and artificial things, that is kind of going at odds with what you already naturally do a lot of times. You can acquire them though, for whatever reason. Like, this is not going to affect your success in any way. The idea is, I'm talking about this concept that you're seeking methods that are natural, real, and artificial. Those are the things you already do. The things you already do are your natural, real, artificial ways, not what you're going to do. What you're going to do is an adoption period in which you're going to learn the new things. So when you're talking about natural, real, and artificial, they are not natural until you actually learn how to do them. So you are in fact thinking that things that are natural, artificial, real, however you're classifying them, to me personally, as a mindset thing, in reverse. Instead of leveraging all the things you already do naturally, you're acquiring new ability, new context, and it will take time. So this, in my opinion, is a time sink. So that must factor into your efficiency, because now we're talking about efficiency. You have to acquire this new natural, real, or abandon your artificial way. So what you're referring to as artificial is often something that's already natural to you, actually, because you start with something that's natural and you lean into something that is artificial until it becomes natural. So we have to keep in mind that I'm not saying your approach isn't going to end up being more efficient. There's a chance it will be. The idea is, the consideration is, you're learning something that's unnatural right now, specifically. The context of the thing is what natives do. You're not native yet, so it will inevitably have a learning curve, a learning adjustment, and that requires time. I like that, by the way. I love doing this. This is my favorite part about learning. I like learning new ways of learning. So in the future, I will engage in other not natural ways to learn, because they're not the ways that I have learned over my lifetime. So I actually love this. In fact, while it might not be more efficient, I make a contention that it's probably negligible. It's very comparative. I like spending time learning new ways to learn. Like, learning a new language allows you to acquire new ways of learning. So this is great. My terminology is a little bit different. Everything you're learning is artificial. All the things you have learned is natural. So you're using native models and you're ascribing them to real and stuff. In the context of learning, the aspect of learning, what you're learning is artificial. Nearly all your approaches that is required on your way to forming a new context with something you're learning will feel artificial until it is natural. So it's kind of a little bit, from a learning perspective, it's a little bit rough on the mindset when you have this concept that something is right or accurate or more natural as the better quality, when demeaning and possibly downplaying your natural abilities already, because you do have natural abilities. Whatever, if that is a commentary that I typically offer. Oftentimes people dive way too head deep into not natural territory, and they end up being overwhelmed and then drained and burn out. So I guess if there's any commentary about this, is we're going to try to keep burnout. And you've already mentioned this in your other outline. Mention this to make sure that burnout doesn't happen, right? Diving in the deep end consistently by going out of your natural comfort zone really, really far and have a sustainability encounter in the future. Not that you will, something to keep in mind. And then we have context, right? Oftentimes context is linked to this concept of artificial, real, and natural. Whatever is considered artificial is out of context. Whatever is considered real and natural is in context. That's what I see from your notes or your concerns. I have a different context for learning. Learning, whatever is natural, is what you can connect with. That's in context. When you can't connect with something, it's out of context. So when you're learning this and you're connecting it with a mnemonic that you can internalize, that is in context. From a learning perspective, it's not out of context. Out of context is something that's foreign to you. You can no longer internalize it. So what WaniKani does is supposed to provide context. It doesn't not provide context. It doesn't take things out of context. It's trying to create context around it. That's what makes it learnable. Like it's easing the learning because they're trying to provide context. I think that's a misnomer when people talk about the idea of out of context in terms of the language. But people learn in context by association. So the things that make things memorable are the things that are in context with your memory. Otherwise, out of context things typically go to rote memory. And then in context is association. So to me, whenever I see this, you will be surprised, in my opinion, how much of the strategies that you use in WaniKani will end up in your Anki portion when you're doing immersion. Immersion is another form of exposure. Until you form the context, as in connect the associations, regardless of how much you immerse, it will not be internalized. It requires an adequate use of comprehension or association, which is contextualizing it. So whenever someone says like, oh, you're doing it in context, I'm like, you can watch a lot of baseball games and still be out of context. Like, you could literally be playing baseball and have out of context understanding. Like, for example, I don't know, James, we mentioned Justin, right? Justin's song. And Justin, YouTube's been recommending me Justin's song lately because they overhear my conversations. He talked about like this pyramid of knowledge, right? Pyramid of thinking. It's very clever, and I like his organization of it. Context. This also parallels with context. Your level of thinking increases to a higher level when the level of context goes up. So at the bottom is memory, like memorizing things, and it goes up. At the very tops, these are comparisons. We have comparison techniques, strategies, and at the top was like creative. And then there's also somewhere along the line, there's some form of application. But at these little top levels, context, this is context learning, right? So it really isn't defined by either you have immersion or Japanese or something when it comes to remembering it. I think oftentimes when people focus on context, they're talking about examples. And examples is information. But does that really equate to higher learning? To me, it's debatable. it's very debatable, because if you have a lot of info, it often doesn't translate to higher learning. Wait. Okay, so let's catch up on things while I'm going through this. Let's see. I think it is built around radical teaching order and mnemonic convenience. Okay, sure. That is definitely in a reasonable, fair way to look at what WaniKani does. Yeah, you think that learning some advanced... Okay. I can agree with you, somewhat with you, that you can learn kanji exclusively by its most common vocab uses, rather than learning each kanji individual meaning. Okay. Yeah, any order you learn things is going to be arbitrary, except that you would want to generally learn easy stuff before harder stuff. I can see where that's coming from. Also, the method you use to learn is basically arbitrary too. You can use WaniKani Anki or exclusive immersion or whatever else works for each person. Absolutely. That's kind of what we're leaning on. The most important thing is consistency and enjoyment in the process. Ideally, you would want some sort of consistency and enjoyment for sure. I personally prefer learning kanji via vocabulary studies. Exactly. Because it aids James's immersion method. Are either of you, we mentioned Stephen Krashen, so you can totally talk about language acquisition and Stephen Krashen if you want. I do have some commentary that I've worked on over the years regarding my cursory understanding of Krashen's hypotheses or concepts in language acquisition, secondary language acquisition. I don't think it might be, I'm not entirely sure if he made commentary or conceptions about language acquisition, as in primary language acquisition is very different from secondary language acquisition. I think the people that cite Krashen's work or like loosely refer to him, they're talking about the concept of secondary language acquisition. Those are the concepts that they're referring to, because even his secondary language acquisition is produced worded it on the assumption that there was a primary language acquisition, as in there was a comprehension of a sufficient competence with a primary language already, like the skills associated with acquiring a first language is assumed to exist in order for the people who talk about his secondary language acquisition things like comprehensible input. Comprehensible input requires the experience of a primary language acquisition period. So those are assumed in his like conceptual thesis. The jump from 80% to 97% kanji coverage sounds like it should massively increase comprehension. Should it? Oh, okay, but it doesn't, because the remaining 17 kanji are far less common than the core 80%. I'm not sure if comprehension has anything to do with, like, I'm not sure it was... Yeah, I don't... There's a leap of logic involved in... I guess that is what the comprehension, the misconception is, because the remaining 70% are far less common. I don't think commonality and frequency has very much to do with comprehension. Comprehension is comprehension. Like, I think you're talking about the application. So, like, what I mean is comprehension. Maybe I'm missing something. Comprehension might have... I'm guessing your comprehension has some sort of frequency component to it. Comprehension... I'm having a little bit of trouble, because comprehension is often dealing with accuracy and like consistency. And what I mean by that is by either you know the thing or not, right? Frequency deals with the consistency component, but comprehension, like if you know 1,000 kanji, then the comprehension is 1,000 kanji. If you know 10,000 vocabulary words, then the comprehension is 10,000 vocabulary words. How often they come up is sort of related to comprehension in the sense of retention. So like if you can recall the thing, like if you remember what the thing is, I guess that deals with that component. Maybe that's what we're referring to here. But if you know something, knowing more is an improvement in comprehension. Like I guess I'm talking about capacity here, as opposed to if you can recall the thing. So 80% to 97% is a 17% increase in comprehension of the common kanji. So it's neither like seems more or less, it's more coverage of the thing. But you're saying the remaining 70% of the kanji is far less common than the core 80%. Yeah. But if you're assuming that recall is not a problem, which I'm guessing it is, so we're involving recall in comprehension, then I agree with you. I agree with you that comprehension deals with whatever comes up most frequently. But that's not dealing with learning, so you're not learning. You're not learning anymore. So comprehension is practice, I guess. And that's fine. I just want to emphasize that when you're going from 80% to 97%, you are learning 17%. When you're going to comprehension, you're measuring it based on what you practiced. So if your comprehension goes up, that means you have learned more things in order to comprehend more things. So those two things, I think there's a leap of logic here. You can infer the meaning of unfamiliar when the context makes it obvious. Well, yes, but that doesn't deal with... That deals with literally having more tools. It's not related to frequency. What you just described is you can infer more meaning of unfamiliar words. So if you learn 17% more, you have more things to infer. You're making it about time, and I totally get it. I totally get you're making it about time, but there's a leap of logic between valuing 17% more kanji, meaning more information to infer unfamiliar words when the context makes it obvious. The context is dependent on how much knowledge you have learned. That's how comprehensible it is. So frequency is not... There's a leap of logic required to understand how frequency is even involved in someone's comprehension. If you factor in time, then yes. The idea is that 17% don't show up in the first place. They may show up, not don't. If you're doing probability, that is absolutely inaccurate. Yes, they are less likely to show up, but your comprehension goes up when you learn those 17%. It's not based on frequency. Like, that is incorrect. That is a leap of logic in my opinion. When your comprehension always goes up with more learning, frequency is irrelevant to the level of your comprehension. It's relevant to how often it is applied, in my opinion. So like you're talking about application. Like, okay, say you have a pool of 100 characters and only 80 of them come up, right? Only 80 of them come up frequently. This is not a test of comprehension. If you know 100 kanji, you have higher comprehension. You have a higher comprehension potential, regardless if the 80 come up or not. You're always going to comprehend more with 100, with more kanji. The frequency deals with its application. Basically, you find that the 20 are useless because they have no application. You have no opportunity to use them. That doesn't mean you don't comprehend more. You know more. You just don't use it. So comprehension is always higher when you're learning more things. When you're applying things, that's retention. Or output in another way, I suppose. Most people would say output. So your output is more consistent if you focus on the things that are useful. I totally agree with that. So I'm not disagreeing sort of with your point of priority. I'm not quite understanding your logic when it comes to comprehension. I know a lot of English words. I can comprehend a lot of English words, but I don't use all the English words that I know because there's no application for them. So there's a chance I might forget them. Without application, I would forget words that I used to comprehend because I don't use them anymore. Learning, maybe you're talking about learning too. Like, learning is more efficient if you focus on 80% of the things because they come up very frequently. I agree with that. Like you can retain the things more efficiently because you can learn them. Yes, obviously you have more comprehension, but I said 70% looks like it makes a bigger difference than it actually does. Well, it does. It always does. It's 17%. The difference is how you're measuring the goals. Your goals are not on kanji comprehension. Like the comprehension of more kanji. Your goal is, again, back to natural, real, and stuff like that. Like that makes sense. That is the application of these things. You're looking for it based on the application. So 17% does not have application is your argument. So therefore, they don't make a big difference. Not a big difference. Because what you're going to do with it, the application of the thing you're doing, does not require those things. 17%, it doesn't show up. So there's no application, so it actually doesn't make a difference. Your comprehension is not impacted. Your comprehension is still off the roof. Like, you still know more than you used to by 17%. So it is a big difference in comprehension. It is not a big deal when it comes to application. Maybe something like theoretical physics. Theoretical physics versus applied physics. So a theoretical physicist. So you're misusing comprehension with application. I'm sharing how I'm understanding you. So like we're splitting hairs here. I think what you're doing, whatever you're going to do, is going to work. It's pretty much going to work. My thought is, if I wanted to add something to your thought process, sometimes using metrics. So like, for example, if you're comparing 100 to 80%, let's just say 80% coverage to 100% coverage, right? As a way to argue for efficiency. My why I'm separating comprehension and application is that this relationship tied to frequency and comprehension is interesting. And by interesting is it's hard for me to it's hard for me to comprehend how that's the decision, like how this leads to an interpretation of efficiency. I'm not entirely sure if you're going to become more efficient. Like, it's a good question. Like, does that 17% affect your efficiency in immersion? I probably agree with you. Like, no, it probably is not going to. Right? You're probably going to be more efficient without having to learn these 17%. Yeah. So, and no disagreements with that. If you're not going to see the 17%, your immersion is going to be that, right? I want to learn, so like I want to learn this 17% because it improves my comprehension. So the difference here is, I guess one thing is very important to keep in mind that I'm making commentary on is when you're using data, sometimes it's hard either for me or for other people, or maybe it's just me, to understand how you can make an argument for efficiency off this. Like maybe it might be more efficient. It's kind of tough to know. I'm looking forward to seeing how your metrics develop as you're going, like if you notice anything. I kind of got sidetracked, so I'm trying to come back to some of the points. Let me read the rest. I need to catch up because you guys typed quite a lot of things. You could... Okay. So 17% to me is 17% in increase in comprehension. However, it has fewer applications. I agree. You can purposefully damage the main language center of your brain, so your brain is forced to think in the target language. Oh, yeah. The interference. Heavy cognitive load. Heavy cognitive load and interference can both actually emotionally and intellectually. Yeah, this is an interesting topic, and it's kind of a black box right now, but the idea of engaging in trying to favor a model very rapidly and increasing your cognitive load like substantially by trying to engage in interference can be something that can be damaging. Can be obviously not guaranteed, but that is one of the things. Then get adopted by a native couple and learn from zero. Then get adopted. Yeah. I think in context can also existing meaning within a particular text medium include. Yes. So the thing that one topic that I didn't finish was the idea of context, and this is contentious, by the way. This is contentious. I want to offer my piece here. So context is often a double standard. It's a double standard in the current modern way, like the trendy way of things. There's a double standard. Abstraction. There's abstraction to me. So this is complex learning or complex thinking versus how should I say it? We're going to use some buzzwords. Realistic. I'm going to use the word realistic, but most people say real. Real and native and observational. And observational typically has another word too. What is it? It's like recognition. There's another buzzword with this. Recognition and declarative. I think that's the word. Or proclarative. Declarative context. So there's a double standard oftentimes. This part, the part that deals a lot with learning, like learning potential. So things that deal with how well you encode things, how well you internalize things, often involves abstraction, complex thinking and problem solving. Things that are actually what most people dub as artificial. And to me, this is what causes a interference or internalization. And we're throwing around a bunch of words now, so let me try to not use jargon too much. Sorry, I have a verbosity that can be incredibly esoteric. What I'm saying is, oftentimes when it comes to context, it has to be observable. So therefore, you rely on one aspect of learning, which is often triggered by recognition. And it's declarative, as in you see it, you've seen it enough, you mirror it enough, and with that context, you can engage in it. So as in, if you see enough Japanese people talk to other Japanese people, being in that environment and observing that environment sufficiently will allow you to trigger the behavior that you want. Or maybe even the memory that you want. This is one of the lower levels of learning and thinking. So the other side of things, near your, like, if you want to be fluent or, I don't know, lead conversations and get that clicking moment, eventually most people believe that, at least in my opinion, when you do enough of this, it will lead to higher order complex thinking. That's when someone says, I finally get it. I understand why they do these in this context and in this nature. So this often is viewed as non-context. As in, because you came up with it. You're the one who synthesized the information to conceptualize this. And oftentimes, this can be used for learning. And often, very, very often, contentiously often, and debatable, this is almost equally as efficient. The difference here is a lot of people use these tools the same way they use immersion. They observe, they recognize, and they declare it. They recall by declaration. They do not form the aspect of comprehension. They form the behavior from their memory. So it still works like gangbusters. And a great way to tell when someone does this most of the time is because they also look at these things the same way. If it's not there, then it can't possibly be related. That requires, in order for that to be related, it requires abstraction, complex thinking, and learning potential. So the thing that I feel James is leaning off to more is that you can doing a lot of things, like more things, and seeing their connection might actually end up being a higher in efficiency. However, how I'm understanding the way you're learning right now, Drama, this is more efficient. I agree with you. Immersion will be more efficient for you, likely the case, because you're viewing it based on observational and declarative methods. You want to be able to see something, observe it, and then reproduce it. That is what like someone would say as your high school version of trying to bolster your rote memory. You're memorizing things, looking at the pattern, and then reproducing it in hopes that one day it will be internalized to complex thinking and creative process and comparison and contrast. So when you're immersing, you don't require to compare and contrast or conceptualize or see the relationship between like one word and another word. The context will provide that for you. So you no longer need to remember that this is water, and water is not the same as oil. So if you learned oil and water, you can associate them because oil is slimy, water is wet. But if you're observing it in immersion, you'll only see water in the context of when water is there, as opposed to conceptualizing the idea that water is not oil, for example. So comprehension comes in different dimensions. There's comprehension through abstraction, complex thinking, which is a context. This is a context. But this is what most people believe is the only context. So in order for me to illustrate what I think about often, this stuff comes freely. You can go to your vlogs and podcasts. It's good. It's great for learning. This is also great for learning. And what James said was the idea. It depends what your goals are. If you want to read novels easily, you need to know those kanji. If you want to watch shonen anime, then it's probably fine. The idea is application is probably not the same as comprehension. And I like to make this commentary a lot of times because there is a silver lining to hearing me yap about this. Sometimes the enjoyment of the process, the sustainability and concept of the process involves understanding what is it that is your goal and how you measure that goal, as well as knowing if you can learn other ways in case the current way doesn't really jive out. In terms of efficiency, I'm learning something about the properties of this language that you're not learning, and that's perfectly sufficient. Am I comprehending it more than you? Yes, you are comprehending more than me based on your goals. However, if you're telling me to explain these things based on how I remember them, I probably comprehend more than you do in this particular metric. So is 17% more kanji recognition a big deal? It is if your goals require it. It isn't when the goal isn't. So I think, long story short, I totally agree with what your approaches are. It sounds like you understand what you want. So I wanted to contribute maybe like a different perspective. I think 17% is a big deal. 80% to 17% is gigantic. I mean, those are rarely in life do you have such a large percentage gap most of the time. Plus 17% recognition over 5 months. Yeah. How much immersion are you going to get over 5 months? You're not going to gain any of those kanji recognition over immersion. You already told me that. By logic, it dictates that you'll never get them. So it'll be infinite for immersion. So it is a big deal based on goals. Like, your argument is irrelevant because you're saying plus 17% kanji recognition over 5 months. And you already told me you're not learning these 17 because they don't have application in your application. So what are you comparing it to? You're comparing it to an application that has a 0% chance, according to you, or less chance, like a reasonably less chance of doing it. So this is infinite months. So no matter what, if you're talking about someone who's learning kanji, no matter what your method is, it's not more beneficial. That's what James is trying to say. It depends on what your goals are. So if your argument is trying to downplay the idea that your kanji comprehension goes up because you know more kanji, that is it's a logical fallacy. Kanji comprehension goes up when you know more kanji. Your application dictates that it's useless or it's worthless, and I agree with you. If you're guaranteeing yourself that 80% is all you need for your applications, then you'll never get the 17%. And that's fine, because you don't have any use for them. Right? It's valueless to you. For me, it has value because it's part of the set of kanji. And comprehension goes up because I can talk about those kanji, whether they're in context or not, according to you, right? It's not in context because it's not in the context of your application. It's in context for me because it's in the context of my application, right? I enjoy kanji quite a lot and Hanzi. And I mean, if we're going to talk about this, plus 17% kanji is also plus a question mark percent in Hanzi for me. So my goals are very different, right? Offering different perspectives. That 17% kanji recognition is a question mark percentage of Hanzi, which they're related in this way. So my applications deal with Chinese and Japanese together. Here's I have another application of this. So one application is abstraction. How do I teach someone how to take an arbitrary set of strokes and associate it with a context by the strokes? Your immersion learning does not do that. Unless, I guess, maybe the immersion learning is teaching the artificial way of doing it. So this is kind of a meta thing that people counter argue with me, where unless you learn it from a native teacher, so you can immerse in a native teacher to teach you the artificial ways of how the stroke is associated to an abstract context. And I'm like, okay, well, now you're saying both. Both are important. And that's where I get into my wheelhouse. Both. The answer is both. If you have time, you balance both. If you're dynamic in time management stuff, typically a balanced approach is often the current song that people are playing. It's largely a balance approach as opposed to one or the other. And hopefully something clicks with all the balances. Now, there's this talk about, it's often dealing with systems thinking. I use the word systems a lot. Systems thinking as opposed to technique. So one of these concepts happen a lot. Most that I've encountered, at least 80 to 90% of individuals, maybe outside of uni, right? Outside of uni focuses on technique. And technique is usually about mirroring data-driven methodology. Most of the time, systems thinking requires abstraction. Like, so abstraction deals with like compare and contrast, and ultimately some creative work. And systems is what you do is you take techniques and you create a workflow, which is what you have done, by the way. The first time we talked about your routine and whatnot, I really felt that you have a systems way of looking at things, and that is to take what you learn from something and you negotiate it. So you negotiate your techniques, so you consolidate. So you take like whatever you learned in WaniKani, you integrate it into your immersion, right? And yeah, you can stop WaniKani, for example, but whatever you learned in WaniKani is related to immersion, so you still have to maintain whatever it is that you've learned there. You can replace it with immersion at some point, I suppose, but it is relevant. Like what you learn, like the techniques, the systems that you learned is both contextually relevant and possibly useful. If you don't think it was useful in the first place, then I'm not quite sure why you chose to do it in the first place. That's a little bit usually when it comes to techniques, I feel like when people talk about immersion, they talk about discarding everything else. Like everything is a means to an end when it comes to techniques, and usually it's often a cycle of refinement, iteration, which is kind of what you're doing, and that's important, right? Like the focus is on systems. So eventually when you immerse, I would not be surprised that you might start thinking about mnemonics again, and analogies, synonym and antonym relations, negative and positive diction. So those things still exist, and you can still learn these things in a different way. The order, like what like James was referring to, the order really is arbitrary, largely because all the comprehension is going to involve many related skills. We'll see what happens though. You can definitely discard all of these. If you tell me later down the road that when you're immersing, you do not do abstractions of positive, negative agreements, like grammar related things, and like using other strategies you have in order to refine your weaknesses and your strengths in a systems oriented way, then I would concede your technique that you acquired through the means of other people, it works as is, I suppose. But generally speaking, I think you give me the impression that eventually a comprehension of what we said today about how you qualify what is natural, what is real, which makes it possibly more efficient and higher in frequency and level of comprehension. I feel like we can revisit this topic and it would become far more like anything goes situation. And then you get to a point where James made that comment about, yeah, you know, sticking with stuff which is within reasonable reach of understanding is important, right? And then the order, the process is arbitrary in the sense that you're acclimating to an understanding of the way you're learning, and you're commandeering what you're learning in order to slowly acquire new learning strategies if you have forms of weaknesses to increase efficiency. What is ultimately not efficient most of the time for a brief period is whenever you have to acquire new learning methods. One of the biggest determinants in terms of learning efficiency is the quality of the learning. So the quality of the thinking. I think I can echo, I'm not a professional and I don't sell master classes or something, but there are other people who do this for a living who may have more clear, defined ways of telling, like describing what greatly contributes to learning efficiency. And it often deals with the quality of thinking. And constantly thinking that having an example, a realistic example, even that, or a natural example, or categorizing artificial examples or prioritizing specific examples because they are natural or observable, it may not necessarily increase your quality of thinking. It might actually decrease your quality of thinking. I use this example a lot, the internet hustle. So I think it's still more efficient. Again, it's something to consider. This is something to consider. The internet hustle culture. I've been engaged in like a 3 weeks observational period with someone else now, and one of the classical things, I think Justin Sung said this a lot about his clients and his students, generally falls into one great category, and that category, in my opinion, is a symptom of the internet hustle culture. Basically, you are provided with an example. And nearly, I would say, greater than 50% of your learning capacity deals with recognition and a cued recall. A cued recall, and well, it's declarative in nature. And sometimes it can also be so passive, it's procedural. And that's usually like most of the quote unquote learning dominance in people. And like him, I also emphasize that you can be successful to a great extent doing this. And the anecdotes and analogies that I'm offering is that you don't necessarily have to always do this. And I don't come from this background anymore. I feel like this thing is something that's incredibly trained. So whenever you're defaulting to something that you're incredibly trained in, you would be efficient in doing that. Does it lead to greater results and more comprehension? I guess that would depend on context, right? However, when you're not learning new things, it's usually more efficient. So sticking to something can be can save you time. What you're doing now is not sticking to something, so it's something that will probably take more time for the time being. Whether that is what you want or not, it's interesting. I like dedicating more time to learning more things, like learning more ways to learn, so to speak. So then I can tweak it in a systems-oriented way, so that I can adapt to most of the things. It's interesting how you go about it by seeing it as a linear process at the moment. Let's see. What if we define the context? Oh yeah, sorry. You can define the context if you want. Yeah. I'm sorry. I have so many thoughts because you wrote a lot of hot takes, and I have so much to say. I'm sorry. Definitely define the context if you're so inclined still. We're making time for this for sure. This is definitely worth talking about. I love doing this stuff. Actually, I like doing this stuff more than actually studying Japanese. Actually, it's the whole point of studying Japanese. Actually, it's one of my major priorities, to compare and contrast and to think at a exchange way of looking at learning strategies right now. I'm trying to get an idea of contemporary learning strategies. My 20 years have not quite aligned with the current contemporary learning strategies. Thanks to James. James, you're the one who introduced me. No, actually, was it Drama or James? Which one of you introduced me to Justin Sung? Someone, I think Drama, you're the one who raised up Justin Sung. And because of that, my phone picked him up, and I've been watching a lot of his videos. And, man, he totally beat me to the punch. Oh, James is no longer here? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah. James needs to go. Yeah, you raised Justin Sung. It's so fun. Like, it's not every day that I get suggested by someone and then they cover a topic that not a lot of people kind of care about. I know you're saying like, oh, but Justin Sung has 1.7 million subscribers, but we're talking about that's 1.7 million, like compared to hundreds of content creators that focus on something else, right? So it was really wonderful that you introduced them, because I don't often watch something and this person is like, where have you been all my life? Are you my twin brother situation? Like, what I mean is professional colleagues. Like, why weren't we colleagues when we were growing up? It also, we might actually have an age difference, like in a generational difference, but he also has an accent that doesn't quite tell me if he's American. Is he not? I don't know. He's Korean, obviously, I think, right? But I don't know where he is. He kind of sounds Australian, really. But he's probably not Australian. He might be in a different country, so I don't sense American, but the way he like use words. Oh, he is Chinese? Oh, okay. He is Chinese? Wow, that's surprising. Oh. With a name like Sung? Dang, he's Chinese? Oh. I'm not too sure if I've seen, if I've encountered too many songs. But anyways, I'm not sure if he's American. He has this accent when he says certain words. But anyways, besides his nationality, it's so refreshing, and I don't get this a lot. And in my opinion, like, hot take about myself. I'll share a little bit about myself. Here's a hot take. Most of my life, when I need motivation nowadays, and by the way, I'm 38, if that rectifies something. I'm 38 of age. Most of my life, motivation comes from within. Like 90% of my source comes within. However, there's always a time when I watch something like Sung's work, and he provides such a wonderful affirmation. I'm not sure how often you get this drama where, like, it feels like oftentimes, well, most people don't sing the same song you sing. But one day, you meet someone like you, drama, and then you drop a name, and I'm like, yo, those words are awesome. Like, I should use some of those words. Credits to him, obviously. Although they're kind of very common words, like memorization. He hasn't used the word association yet. He does use things like comparison, critical thinking, and some other fancy words, and the context is still similar. Like, I recently, before I started this, I need a topic. By the way, I don't know if I said this before while you were around. At the beginning of every stream, I have a routine. I watch a video or doom scroll, and I form a comparison analyses of it, and then create something from it. So I create a narrative and a story prior to every single stream. And if it doesn't get used, I shelve it and then continue to do that. So I'm always priming ahead and studying ahead in order to present something prepared. So I watched his video. It was 58 minutes, and it has your classical YouTube. He clearly understands and learns the algorithm based content creation, and it said something like, I'm the most important points in his 13 years of coaching, like learning coaching, right? Coaching learning as a professional, I suppose. And he had 17 points. He was born in New Zealand. Ah, that explains the accent. He sounded slightly from that area. I'm like, there's no way it's a coincidence, right? First, we were talking about Vince, right? First, we were talking about Vin. First, we were talking about Vin, and he's in Australia. I'm like, is that a coincidence? Am I crossing wires? Like, Justin Sung happens to have somewhat of an Aussie-like accent. And by the way, I studied abroad in New Zealand when I was 21. I do not have the hearing acuity to discern between an Australian and a Kiwi. Maybe in English, like a British person, an Aussie and Kiwi, but it is very difficult for me to discern the difference. Even to this day, like, I do not listen to Kiwis enough to distinguish them from Australians. Sorry, Kiwis and Australians. Maybe one day I'll have enough hearing acuity. Anyways, that's neat that he's coincidentally from that side of the world and is associated. What you call it? Sung has this way, and he does these things, and it sounds crazy. Sometimes I feel like humans, there are times when you feel like humans are unpredictable, right? When you derive most of your motivation from yourself, you find yourself at a unique perspective, and you often feel this idea of emceeing. Emceeing is also associated with a lot of imposter syndrome, right? Imposter syndrome is horrendously and fantastically a motivator. If you have imposter syndrome, it could drive you to greater lengths. if you have imposter syndrome, it can bury you in obscurity because you feel like you're alone. So oftentimes this is what's the pros and cons about having motivation come from yourself most of the time. This happened in my 30s. Like when I graduated, defended my thesis, started wondering what I was going to do with the rest of my life. That's when all of this became necessary, because there are things that I think about that are rarely represented in the populace, for good and for bad. Like for bad, some people could say a sense of loneliness, a sense of lack of affirmation. So you internalize your affirmation. Whenever I bump to people like you who are looking for like advice or engaging in exploring their intellectual things, the chances when you share something and it leads to a source of affirmation, it's incredibly refreshing. I totally understand why lately when I was watching his 50 an hour long like summation of I think 18 or 19 critical points in his 13 years of experience with educating, I'm gonna assume mostly college students, like university students, and maybe some high school students, which is, coincidentally, that's also what I engage in most of the time, because anyone who approaches me typically sees that value in me, I suppose, which I'm very grateful and flattered. Right. Right now, I'm in the process of doing this very thing with 2 or 3 people in private as a friendly thing. I'm not a professional, or I don't even think you can be a license. Like, you need a license to do these type of things. But anyways, that's besides the point. And it's so refreshing that he covered 18 points that I've spent the last 7 years talking about when playing video games, and then the last 2 years doing WaniKani and or like Duolingo and engaging in language learning. But really, and for him too, I'm gonna speak for him a little bit. I hope this is not misrepresenting him, but he can also include all his years in medical school. He referred a lot of times to medical school and his early education. Me too. Like the last, I'm gonna say my formal years, of developing this stuff, 20 years, 22 decades of experience. He's covered 80-ish% of all the points. And I know why he also decided on those points, because he probably even took into consideration the sampling bias of his audience. So he probably restricted the advice in that video, the 18 points, or 18 to 19 points, to the most conservatively generalizable points. And we touched upon a lot of that today. The level of thinking. By the way, I haven't said this yet, and I'm gonna evoke Vin in this. Thank you again, Drama. I don't want to make you like apprehensive. I think you'll be a great, successful Japanese language learner. The way I typically make people interested in language learning or the things they are interested in is to offer different perspectives, discuss and engage in it. And that gives you like, it's the most intuitive way to get someone to bury themselves in their study and be interested. So the more vibrant and detailed I can be in challenging you, and then you challenging me back and offering me the opportunity to practice, I'm practicing my craft here, is so always worth the time. So I understand that you're already talking about efficiency and crunching time. To me, I can't thank you enough. If a thanks from me can alleviate some of the time that you're hearing me yap, I think in the future we can reflect upon this and it will be glorious. We'll have so many nerdy things to talk about, and that's what we're talking about, the level of thinking. While it might not, us talking like this might not increase our Japanese comprehension anytime soon, it is increasing something that is incredibly valuable to decision making. He didn't quite say decision making. He didn't talk about decision making as a talking point in those 18 things. But he talked about lots of points that involve ultimately making decisions about learning. It was like they said, my 13 years, these are the most important points about learning. And then the thumbnail is your YouTube classic stuff, like stop learning this way or something, learn this way or something like that. Like you're learning the wrong way, or, you know, he and I, if we sat together, we would have a contentious discussion about being complicit in creating thumbnails like that, because I think saying things like that in thumbnails is contrary to the vision of learning. Because when you view things as wrong and right and one-dimensional, it kind of contradicts the points that he's making in the actual video. That's besides the point, though. I kind of know why he did it, because in order to get transparency, that has to come. In order to get influence, that has to come first before you can actually use the influence. So many things to talk about, but we discuss level of thinking, and your level of thinking is higher, on a higher scale, because you're doing comparative extraction, at least to some extent, and that is really good. 13 years of no BS productivity rights in 67 minutes. Yeah, that type of thing. Exactly. That's exactly the title. And for me, I have a problem with that. It's more of a preferential problem, so this is purely subjective. It's no, he knows what he's doing. I for someone who is able to present those 18 points, he clearly has weighed the pros and cons about doing it. It would be really fun to talk to him about what was his ultimate decision that was a tipping point in doing those things. I have not engaged in that yet. Maybe if I become a professional, maybe one day. So anyways, so level of thinking is wonderful. Do you think he doesn't manage his YouTube channel? Oh, that's a good point. I haven't even considered the idea that he has an editor. Oh, he does manage his YouTube. Oh, okay. So that means he is actively making these decisions. So it would be really fun to hear from him. How does he compensate or compromise? Oh, he does not? Wait. Does he or he does not? My bad. Oh, he does not? Okay, then that explains a little bit too. That explains maybe he has an editor that's helping him reach his influence, and then he's doing the thing. He has an editor? Okay. So that might explain another thing. Good to know. I'm so enthusiastic by his work. He also does the, like, there are so many techniques that are really obvious in his filming as well. He has 3 camera angles, and he does the classical camera perspective shift every particular maximum limit. It's like 3 minutes or 4 minutes. So there's a camera perspective shift, and then there's color angle. Like, he's got it down. It's pretty clear that he picks up things really, really well. I obviously don't do many of those things. It is really fun to study the techniques behind that. Anyways, level of thinking, decision making, studying ahead, right? Studying ahead was pretty cool. I love this studying ahead thing. It deals with priming and scoping, right? He used the word scoping, and I'm down. I'm a fan of scoping. I usually think of it as just active, just proactive thinking. I don't have a fancy term. Scoping is good. Like, you scope ahead, so you can prime yourself to understanding the general framework, and that's what kind of brings to mind of what you're doing right now. You're scoping the potential of WaniKani in advance, and then you're comparing it with the scope of immersion, or what you're envisioning your immersion workflow is like. What other topics? There's so many. Oh man. He also talked about WaniKani. For the record, he did talk about WaniKani, and it's really funny because it is the shortest point. I think it was like number 13. And number 12 proceeded and was related to number 13, I think. And 12 was rote memory. And rote memory is last resort. And you'll probably see me say this over and over again, even while using WaniKani and HanziHero. Like, all right, what's my mnemonic? Okay, so what is my abstraction context? Okay, let's try to associate with the Chinese. All right, so what else do I know? How do I troubleshoot this? And then at the very end, if so dear me Lord, I do not have a point of association, I would literally utter the words, well, I guess I'm stuck with rote memory. And that was, I think it was like number 12, where rote memory is last resort. It's the basic thing you can possibly do. It's horrendously non-sustainable, and it rarely ever scales. Even temporarily, it can't even scale temporarily, right? And then it feeds into number 13, which was, if you have to use rote memory, there are still strategies that embellish and utilize rote memory. And then he rapidly said things like SRS, mind palacing, and like mind webs, or something like that, and like mnemonics construction. So he just randomly blurted out. I don't know what the jargon was, but what it did was it referred to this. It basically referred to the current iteration of it. And yes, that is one way to do it. And that's only the beginning, because you are also able to layer context through abstraction. And he didn't quite talk about this, but it's the combination of the point he made, which was like I'm gonna say 0.8. It's around 0.8, where he talked about the level of thinking, right? And you can combine these two. You can increase your level of thinking by combining them. And combining them leads to, I think, I'm going to say 0.16 or 17, which is systems work, which is what I mentioned earlier, which is what you might be developing now. You're in the process of, you started with something, and then you're combining it because you understand, you've already tested your rote memory, right? Your rote memory. And oftentimes SRS, things like this, is a challenge for rote memory. Then you comparatively use your level of thinking, which is like level 5, level 4 or 5 in his pyramids of stuff. 6 is creative work. So level 5 is the segregation. The first 3 are what I would call, I agree with him, pre-high school level. So high school and younger typically relies on 1 and 3, which is like memory, which deals with regurgitation, then like observational skills, right? It's dealing with the core concept of repetition, basically the stuff that I feel is where I start with most people. They look at something, they look at it enough, they hope that they can see the thing in its context, and then they can recall it based on a cued trigger, like a trigger for the recall. So when you see someone in a certain situation, you've seen it enough and you've extracted its content enough that you're able to reproduce it in that nature. So that's 1 to 3. However, you are also showing evidence when you're looking at comparing methods. So now when you're comparing methods, you're working at the level of a system. And a system is when you decide, okay, I'll do WaniKani a little bit here because I know that this reinforces a specific property that this technique does not do. And then this technique, after using it maybe 3 or 4 months, in a way, you're going to iterate on it, and it's like, okay, I understand that conceptually I'm not internalizing something. So you pull another thing, and what happens is you end up developing a systems of way of creating your workflow. Now, he also is kind of cheeky because the pyramid at the very top is level 6, which he talks about is creative. And yeah, I would say most people, this doesn't matter, just like he said, where oftentimes you're not forced to create something novel. And the difference here, and I agree with how he defines it, is you're creating something of which you do not have the answers for yet. And where that answer is not coming from something you find. And that is where the internet hustle culture has conditioned people. In fact, the convenience of the internet hustle culture, I'll give you some anecdotes of the people that know me now probably think I'm talking about them possibly, so I want to take a big disclaimer. I would say substantially the people that I encounter who are learning things right now, I would say 90% of them who are struggling with problem solving, not optimization. Problem solving is, you don't sound to me, and I can't spell problem. You don't sound like, when you're writing this note, other than the FOMO thing. The FOMO thing is a problem solving task, but most of the things you're talking about optimization. So if I had to say anything very encouraging, if I may, you're optimizing, and that's fantastic. That means you're doing systems work with your learning. You don't have a persistent problem. That's like falling behind because there's a leak in a boat. I'm taking one of Sung's thing, and I'm elaborating on his analogy. One of his points was, when you're behind, right? When you're behind, you still want to study ahead because you want to focus on a source of falling behind and improving upon the thing that's making you behind. So if you already feel, right, like no one's forcing you, usually you're being told, like in school, you're being told that you're behind. But when you're alone, when you're working voluntarily alone, you can feel behind. So if something is feeling behind, sometimes it could feel like optimization. However, a lot of times those people who truly are behind, they're not fixing the problem by studying ahead. So it's kind of like his analogy where there's a leak, right? There's a leak and the boat is taking on water, right? It's in water. So the boat is taking on water. And oftentimes when someone is behind, how they quote unquote believe they're optimizing is by throwing the water out of the boat as fast as possible. But no matter how fast they, take a bucket and remove the water, right? Bail the water out, the leak is gonna replenish it. So they're gonna continue to sink instead of plugging the hole first. So sometimes you have to go ahead in order to find the source. Now, this is usually where the students are, like, or the people that I talk to, where they believe they are optimizing to solve a problem, but the problem is something entirely unrelated to what they're optimizing. So their optimization then continuously tries to make this bailing more efficient when the rate of the leak is constantly going to drain their efforts. For me, when I read your notes, you're not looking to solve a problem, you're looking to gain efficiency. So if there's anything I can say about today, and when looking at your outline and stuff, is that's why I feel a lot more concerted in saying, well, whatever you do, regardless of what I say, I think you have the level of understanding and thinking and problem solving skills that eventually you'll get to your goal or even surpass it. Most of the time I expect people that work on optimization and whatnot to have a moving goal, and that moving goal tends to far exceed their original expectations over time, right? People who are behind, who constantly optimize to catch up, usually I would say, much like what song says, if you're always catching up, then you're always going to fall behind. In the most ideal situation, you'll catch up and then fall behind again. So oftentimes talking about different perspectives. So this is what I focus on most of the time. We exchange ideas. You give me ideas, I make commentary. We talk about contrasting ideas or additional ideas to take into consideration, because when you're not behind, it's still good. So one of his biggest points took up 2 points in his and it's near the end of the video, which is it was so convenient because I was covering this point when someone was telling me like, oh well, I feel like I have to do this before this. And I'm like, if you have to do something, if you're currently behind and you think you have to catch up first, for example, what you're doing is causing you to be behind, right? Like, it's related to why you're behind. So constantly focusing on that will potentially, you might gain the efficiency to catch up only to fall behind again. It is through the idea of optimization, iteration, and refinement in systems that you're able to climb ahead, so that when you fall behind, you're still ahead, right? And I feel like we're in that situation, drama. So anything we exchange and talk about and encourage each other to challenge each other is extra right now, and extra's good. I said this word before. I spent most of my life, like, I would say, I've said this before, it took me 32 years before I actually feel like I was caught up. Like, after 32 years, I finally thought, man, now I can start to create. Because I no longer have to look at examples, models, and stuff. I still do, because it's all of the above, but I don't need to look at models of learning, techniques of learning, right? When I could be practicing, creating, practicing and applying and learning from those concepts. So this is what we're doing right here. Everything I'm saying is often built upon my experience, because I've learned from so many wonderful mentors who probably agree with Sung in so many ways, and they operated on those things. And now when you're presenting me your case and your challenges, we're exchanging things and learning and improving upon things through the exchange. And in another 10 or like let's say we fast forward 5 years, I can't wait to see what that discussion is going to be like. I think James is really interested in learning things too, like the learning techniques and whatnot. So I'm very interested to see where this goes in the future. Bree is another person who's working in a different way, in a different capacity. So I'm really excited. Sorry, like it's December and I like collecting my thoughts on things, and this one, it's going to be interesting. Not just a collector of techniques anymore after 32 years, and usually the reason is because I started life behind, right? A lot of people relate to my background a little bit whenever I share, but my parents weren't like rich people. We weren't privileged, right? So despite always, quote unquote, always behind, I'm sure some people may feel like this. This is where FOMO happens. So I'm going to relate to one of your emotional topics that you shared. FOMO, like, oh yeah, I don't have enough time. I need to catch up. If I don't, like, if I miss something, oh, but I need to make time for this. What if I don't have this and this? The idea is, one thing I can assure you is that learning involves missing out. Because whatever you need to learn, you're missing. And FOMO can very much present itself as imposter syndrome. So hopefully, if there's anything, I would maybe raise a little bit of cautionary tale. I don't think this is going to go away. Like, this type of feeling, I'm talking about specifically FOMO in the sense of optimization and learning, as opposed to other people's FOMO, like, oh yeah, I missed a limited edition toy that came out and I missed a window. Not that type of FOMO. Like, not cued or triggered FOMO, but more like internalized FOMO, where you're thinking of all the progress you could be making or not making when you're learning. And ultimately, the answer when it comes to someone who's compulsively learning is often presented in the case of the imposter syndrome, where it's tied to FOMO at some point, where you feel like the more you learn, the more you're going to miss out. Because the more you learn, the more things you think are important. So one day, I don't want to predict the future, but one day, when you become competent in your most common kanji, that FOMO, if you stop WaniKani early, you'll miss important kanji. That is almost an inevitable feeling you're going to have. It's not going to be negative, though, in the future, in my opinion. It's going to come with the understanding that you learn something else, you prioritized something else during that time. So there is no form of FOMO, but the idea that you accept that, well, now you can go and learn that kanji. So when James was talking about the order doesn't matter, like it becomes arbitrary in a long scheme of things, that's kind of the idea, the sentiment that comes with individuals who will spend most of their life learning. Because at some point, the more you learn, the more your imposter syndrome goes up. And management of that imposter syndrome is to know that you're going to miss out on things. Because the more you learn, the more your knowledge of other things that you'll miss. And that usually fuels imposter syndrome. And one way that people mentally, at least in my opinion, that has a healthy relationship with this is when you get smarter, quote unquote smarter and smarter, you'll know how dumb you are more and more. Because when you learn A, you learn that C, D, E exist. When you learn C, you're gonna learn that F, G, H exist. and you only have enough time to like pick very specific things and make time for it, right? Like F prime and stuff, you'll only have specific time to prioritize, which prioritizing was one of his other was Sung's another point. I think it was maybe 12. Yeah, like Dunning-Kruger. Yep. This is why the Dunning-Kruger thing exists with the advanced Dunning-Kruger. This thing. Kruger, sorry. This thing. The inevitable valley of despair. I can map this out. I was at the peak of my, you know, Dunning-Kruger thing. Right here, I was 13 years old. It's up to 13 years old. I was naive. Thought I had some level of competence, but I thought I knew the world. Like I thought I knew everything, right? Because I didn't struggle with anything. And then here, my peak was around like 26. The mounting stupid. The mounting stupid. And here is during a time when I'm like going from college and transitioning into graduate education. I'm gonna say like 25-ish. And this was when I was in graduate school. Arguably the peak of my acuity. But during this time, around the age of 32, this is called the enlightened period. You realize that you spent so much time understanding this aspect that the higher your competence go, the lower you feel like you understand things. And at some point, you continue to progress in your like perception of your competence, despite knowing that it's the reality is the more you know, the less you know. And that's kind of where the most of the time I feel like there is a level of competence for a lot of youngsters. However, it's hard to know if they're gonna survive the valley of despair. And oftentimes there are short not really. Oh, one of his points. Oh, sorry, I keep remembering more of his points. I think point number 5, stop looking for study hacks. There are no study hacks. Like, I've said this in not in this aggressive way, but no, stop looking for study hacks. If you're looking, if someone tells you like, oh, just follow this procedurally and it somehow solves all your problems, it's not going to. Like, because his argument is what I have said about your current plan. It's individualized. The very nature of a study method, and that's why my concern is the whole like real thing, real, natural and artificial learning thing. The idea is there's sufficient, I'm not saying it's entirely individualized. There are principles, right? I'm going to say 40%. 60%, there are principles and core principles of learning that pretty much 99% of the human population shares. However, I'm going to write about 40. There's a substantial portion that makes all the difference. Like in the end, you know, we were talking about how big is 17% in kanji. Objectively, it's still 17%. Subjectively, it can be as low as 0%, which is what you made an argument for, and it could be 17%, what I was arguing for, because I haven't found the application that's beyond kanji yet, right? That's on me, right? So that individualization is making up for that value system. So it makes up all the differences. And here, what's happening here for the individuals that are right now my range that I interact with, which is pretty much coincidentally, this is pure coincidence with Sung. It's probably around 17 years old and 23. And these are either high school students, they're usually high school students transitioning to uni, or uni students, right? Or on and off uni students. And most of the time, there's a deficiency in understanding how they create systems in order to alleviate the 40%. If I was being really generous, I would say 80% and 20%. And even then, that 20% becomes such an enormous emotional baggage. Like emotionally, it feels like 100%. Because we all know the lovely thing about our brain chemistry, about being negative about things. You can be cruising and making progress at 80%, and it will feel like it's not good enough at some point. And that 20% makes all the difference. So that 20%, which is, I think it's more like 40%, that individualization, I am very vigorous at trying to dispel the idea of real, natural, and artificial, largely because it's all the above. The most natural thing to do for a human who is learning all the time is to engage in as many complex quality thinking by pushing their cognitive load. Oh yeah, cognitive load is number 19. I think I love this term, and I've been using it today like multiple times already. Cognitive load. This was his last point, I believe. And that is, you juggle as much as you can in order to trigger complex thinking. That complex thinking elevates your quality of learning, or quality of thinking, really. And then that translates to learning. So all our discussions here, this is a demonstration of how I approach most questions and considerations, topics. When someone asks me, do you like the movie? I'm doing this. And I'm going to echo someone else now. Echo a lot of fitness people that I talk about. Routine is your bottom line. It is hard at first. But when you get going and you gain the momentum, you feel like you're doing less work, but you're doing the same, if not more. So when you're increasing your level of complex thinking, it might actually increase your efficiency over time. So oftentimes, thinking of the most objective, efficient way to do something will meet your needs. Doing more than simply the objective thing can accelerate certain things that you might not be able to quantify in the moment. Ultimately, though, like what Sung emphasizes, having a higher level of complex thinking often translates to a higher quality of learning. And that does involve pushing barriers of things. Like the natural way is most definitely one of the easier ways to do things. And I totally agree that ease creates efficiency when it comes to emotionally juggling with FOMO and progress and maybe speed. But Nords was the first one that asked a question today. And he said that, or the person said, they're also learning, but they're struggling with immersion. Do I have any advice? And they said, I asked them, what are they doing right now? They said they tried reading light novels in Twitter in Japanese. And I asked them, so how do you go about it? What is your workflow? Like, what is your systems, right? And he said he used Twitter just as entertainment in your free time. And I started describing to him, if you're doing things for your free time, it's a passive immersion. There's also active immersion. So I started trying to describe the systems. Like, he can continue doing all the things that he find is natural, right? When you gravitate towards something and you find it easy and approachable, it is natural. It's built upon your habits. Now, incorporating an active portion that is unnatural, the thing you're trying to acquire, is the balance. You use the natural process that you have to form the foundation of your bottom line because it's your fitness routine. It is your momentum. You're doing exponentially more work, but it doesn't feel like work because you've done it for a very long time. And it also can lead to stagnation when it doesn't solve a problem, right? There's pros and cons to that. Active portion is the thing you're going to have to disproportionately invest more time at first in order to shift it over to natural. So most of the time people would juggle both. So it's often a balancing act. You have column A, column B. Column B is your natural approach. And we're talking about learning now, as opposed to like language, confining it to language. So natural and unnatural. So whenever you're engaging in a new technique, for example, like a new technique, it will require an upfront investment, right? Upfront investment in time. So technically, this is where it catches a lot of people. I'm not saying you do, Drama, because you've already mapped out things even before. You scoped really far ahead. That's usually a sign of confidence. For B, it would be your habits, whatever you have developed. And usually habits are the ones that are easy. There's ease, and often they are viewed as the efficient approach. So what is the most efficient approach to most people? Whatever comes natural to them. It's very different from what comes natural to what you want to be. So this would be more of the realistic thing, where you're actually losing time when you're trying to acquire a new habit. All your old ones, if you look at a method and you're like, oh yeah, this is easier, less cognitive load, I don't need to learn a lot of things, that is the natural state. And we're semantics, right? I'm trying to clear up some semantics. When it comes to learning, the natural thing you do is the easier thing you do. When you're introducing a new technique, you're going to lose time. This is what you're building. Eventually, it will become your natural state. And that's kind of how I feel about the output of language. You're working to form the new techniques, as in how to speak in Japanese, how to construct in Japanese, how to comprehend in Japanese. And that will ultimately, regardless of what you're looking at, will have an upfront cost, right? How big that upfront cost is dictates your decision. So if immersion requires less upfront costs, then it would be a great place to start. Usually upfront costs is the barrier to acquiring new techniques to create better systems of habit. So for me, I can't wait. I can't wait to find a clever way to show immersion on stream. It's neither more efficient or less efficient for my purposes, because when I'm looking at techniques, my goal is appropriate. Which is, what is the point? I think it was like I want to say it's like 0.8 It's before the big points, but it's like point 8, where when you're using strategies, you're prioritizing. So, and that's where James, it's unfortunate that James isn't here anymore, but when James says it depends on what your goal is, it's prioritizing. So if you're using WaniKani, for example, I'm prioritizing how to use WaniKani. If I'm immersing, I'm prioritizing how to immerse. So when I compare them to, it will feel like apples and oranges. However, they are both fruits. So when you optimize for WaniKani and you optimize for immersion, to me, only then it would be appropriate to compare them. Largely because we're not comparing now with a skill you're developing, a skill you're going to develop, and skills that you already have. Largely because when you compare their efficiency, even by vibing alone or objectivity, it's very difficult to predict. Largely because you already have predisposed efficiencies. And that's kind of where we're engaging in the idea of natural. I hear this. I'm not saying you say this, but here's a hot take that I get quite a lot, and it contradicts. It's the study hacks, right? The study hacks in crowd. Learn like you're a child. Learn like when you were a child, right? That is the same, it correlates with the same people who say native, real, and artificial. Now it's a bit of a mixed bag what this will actually translate to this commentary, but the idea is that a lot of these things, oh no, not the child stuff, yeah. So the idea is I understand what you're trying to qualify, right? I really do. I really do. And this is in reference to language itself. And I totally get that. You know, there is native language. There's real Japanese, as in Japanese used in Japan by real Japanese people. And then there's artificial, where it's not Japanese in whole. Like, it's not whole Japanese. It's part of Japanese. It's a building block. It's not the whole picture. So it's artificial, right? Kind of like a kidney. A kidney, right? A kidney outside of the human body. This is not a great analogy. Analogy was it's analogy. So one of the 5 levels, like either 5 or level 4, it's analogies. Analogies is one of them. But anyways, you finally get your validation. Yeah. So in kidney situation, oftentimes when someone says the kidney is outside the body, it could be artificial, right? It's not the whole human body. However, there are times when you're transferring kidneys from a human body to another human body. It's still real. It just happens to be not your kidney. So it's not the greatest analogy. I need to work on some of these analogies as I'm going. But the idea is there's also fundamentals in artificial thinking, or what I refer to as taking things out of context to your perspective, right? Taking things out of context that can engage in higher level thinking. And higher level thinking is not always better. It's different. And the more types of thinking you do can lead to the things you may or may not struggle with in the future. It makes you like a great thinker. And to me, that's why I framed everything in the context of learning, because you're gonna learn another language. I hope you're gonna learn another language. You already mentioned German, so the idea is what you're learning now, you're not only investing in Japanese, you're investing in German, or your next language, or your next career. And to me, that's why Japanese can be a life skill, because you're going to move to Japan. However, the things you learn about learning while you're learning Japanese, I know, learn to learn, etc., it will transfer into how you troubleshoot for careers and communication skills and whatnot. So ultimately, I'm a bit biased, and obviously it goes without saying that Sung is a bit biased. I mean, that's his professional career. My offering of commentary is often, we view this stuff critically. Very, very critically. Well, see, after Japanese, you're, oh, I'll polish your Russian. Yeah, so I think about, when you think about efficiency, right? I'll talk business with you. Let's talk business, right? When you think about efficiency, I usually think of someone who's doing a startup, which is what you're doing right now. You're trying to create a system that will be profitable upon upfront investments. So acquiring those is what you're trying to do now. You're trying to lay the grounds for immersion and whatnot. That's your startup. WaniKani is a startup. Like, WaniKani is your upfront investment. You're trying to get your company going, right? Your factory going, and that's a focus on efficiency. Oftentimes, I'm not at the point of efficiency anymore. I usually talk about sustainability and scalability. And oftentimes, this kind of indirectly refers to efficiency, and that is cost value adjustment, or even like ROI projection. And my commentary specifically focuses on the aspect of learning, because if you can learn Japanese, you should be able to use that skill and repurpose that skill for another skill, and then another skill. And those things should cost less. So not only are you going to have a startup, once your startup matures, you can diversify. And that is what we're here to work on. So yeah, I am totally scoping as well. I'm like scoping ahead. And in no way should I be discouraging you from doing what you're currently doing, because I think that's perfectly sufficient. And one day we'll revisit and see how many different ways we have collected. I'm starting a new thing, by the way. Boom Pro is soon, right? Boom Pro is 2026, so we're going to talk about grammar and see how they write grammar sentences and whatnot, like how they're doing that. So it's going to be fun. I purely love studying strategies. I'm almost biased to the point where I might contradict some of Sung's. Yeah, Boom Pro is fun. Yeah, so we'll have some overlap. This time we're in reverse, right? You have more Boom Pro experience than I do. So now you're going to be able to provide commentary and observe and compare and contrast over time with me on the reverse role. Because right now, the things that I'm gathering from WaniKani might not be the same when you reach, like when you get to a point in one. Actually, how close are you to stopping at 25? Aren't you like on level 19 or something? So your decision is very soon. right? You're saying 20 to 25. I'm pretty sure you're like at 20 or 19 or something like that. Yeah, finish it quickly. You're at 21? Yeah. So you're already there. And the idea is hopefully we can compare and contrast whichever decision you made. And then Boom Pro is very similar. So now we'll have a reverse perspective and it'll be really fun to compare and contrast. I don't think either of us are right or wrong. There's just better. We think, we discuss, we exchange, and there is better. Not right or wrong, better. And probably not best or worse. It's up to our collective wisdom and ability to individualize. You didn't do the traditional Boom Pro approach? What was the traditional Boom Pro approach? I haven't done the traditional WaniKani approach in some time now. It was fun the first like 100 to 150 days. I would say the first 100 days is when, maybe even within the first 2 months, I did not stick to it. Doing all the in linear. Oh, I see. In a linear fashion. I see. And then like complete it. You simply use Boom Pro to a probably N3 or something, or N2, and then hope that immersion, that's enough sufficient to lay the groundwork of immersion. You probably applied the same logic to Boom Pro. So learned enough of the grammar concepts to get your startup on immersion ready, and then go from there, and you'll absorb the advanced grammar from exposure, right? Am I close to what you're trying to talk about there? I will probably not approach Boom Pro traditionally. You did a community made deck with all the grammar Tim K covered. Oh, intriguing. Oh, I see. So you mirrored it in a way. Yeah, Tim, take him is a great resource. I already shared that I used Tofugu the first time. So during my Duolingo, like the first year of Duolingo, I used Tofugu as the cross-reference for all the grammar. So whenever you can still see it in the stream, whenever I come across a new grammar thing, I'm like, okay, I should write a note to myself. So in the evening, I would look at Tofugu. That's how I was introduced to WaniKani, because Tofugu is the managing crew and partner of, like, they're the ones who constructed WaniKani. So things lead to other things. I see. So we'll have to compare. We'll have to compare how it works out. The thing I was talking about is I genuinely don't end up using these. I don't use a tool traditionally. Like I call it the, we traditional plus it. Maybe traditional plus it. To give you an idea, you could go to any like 200, 300 day Duolingo video and look at that session. The session is very different. Like Duolingo's the part that is Duolingo represents like 5 to 10% of what I'm actually doing while using Duolingo. And this is something that Sung emphasized. Two people could be doing the exact same thing, like literally appearing to do the exact same thing, but there could be a margin that's like at least, I don't know, we'll use an arbitrary. There could be a statistically significant margin between the two people's results. And that involves a level of thinking. You're also doing Anki mode in Boom Pro? Oh, which, by the way, I finally wait, were you the one that taught me, explained to me what Anki mode is? I think you were the one who introduced me to Anki mode, right? Because I also, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, and I had no idea that's how Anki mode worked. By the way, the person that I'm working with right now, and I do have to move on soon because I'm supposed to talk with them in another 3 hours. Oh, this has been a very, again, thank you. It has been a very invigorating opportunity. I also learned that Anki, the way Anki, like this person's deck work, is that you have something and then you rate something, and then if you get it wrong, you still rate it until it gets pushed off. So it's so different, like the way the person had it. I didn't even realize that's how you can do it too. It's a really fun way to think about it. So then you can intentionally just go ham. You can go ham. That was the old method. I see. Like, I had no idea. I haven't even envisioned it doing that. What I typically do in WaniKani is I push to the end, but that breaks the SRS cycle. Oh, yeah, it does. It does break the SRS cycle. So the thing that interests me is I haven't even envisioned doing it that way. So this person's doing it that way, and I'm like, huh, intriguing. I haven't tried though. I'm observing this person and seeing. I'm basically observing. That's why you only choose again and good. Oh, I see. Intriguing. Hear me out. I already do this, but I combine again with again wrong, or like again good, with a tier system. I already do both. Migaku even removes the other option when creating a card. Yeah, so hear me out. This is pure coincidence, but this is why I can demonstrate why I don't do things traditionally. I do things meta traditionally. So right now, WaniKani uses a wrong and right system. Right? You either get it wrong or you get it right. There's no again. And immediately I was thinking, oh yeah, no. You need again. So it became an again and right system. And I'm like, no. That's not good enough, because there's an upper limit. We need to rate how proficient it is. So then it became a again right system and a tier system. And tier system was based on efficiency. So tier 1, intuit. Tier 2, mnemonic. Tier 3, association. And tier 4, troubleshooting loop. And then we're like, okay, what else can we add? We also add a later button, because now we also have to cluster all the troubleshooting together. So that's the current model that I use for WaniKani. And I don't know about you, but my WaniKani doesn't show mistakes, because 99% of the time I'm working on how to be more efficient at recall. Again and right was sufficient to cover 99% of my recall. So now most of the time I'm working on how do I form context, which is the thing that you were referring to as artificial and taking out of context. This is my context, because the context is WaniKani. The context is not WaniKani if it was spoken by someone. That's their context. Immersion has its own context. WaniKani has its own context. So when you're studying for something and you're trying to get the most out of studying the thing, you're studying in the context of that thing, not studying outside the context and wish that thing operates like something else by comparing them apples and oranges. I'm not trying to compare WaniKani and hope that it works like immersion. I'm trying to optimize WaniKani appropriately for what WaniKani does. So that's kind of what my context is. So everything is in the context of the characters. So then when I'm thinking about immersion, I take that sentence and I bend it to the use of kanji. And then when I go to immerse, I bend the use of the kanji into the immersion. So the mindset is to optimize what I need to get better at using a specific technique. It no longer becomes just that technique. It becomes optimized. So trying to, a lot of times people like to try to change, like for example, change WaniKani into something they're familiar with, like Migaku. And you might be thinking, oh, that's so absurd. It's apples and oranges. They're nothing alike. It's like, that doesn't stop them from wasting time and time again trying to do it. When you want to truly think about a waste of time, this is, by the way, I smiled when Sung said this. He didn't say it any other time about waste of time. He kind of winced when he said, yeah, then it's a waste of time. I really dislike saying this. And so I don't say this trivially. It is a waste of time when you try to create things that have such a leap of logic that they inevitably do not become each other. So oftentimes when you're thinking about mindset and prioritizing, when you're evaluating efficiency, there's a word of caution. Comparing things that are fundamentally and intrinsically different from each other based on to calibrate efficiency can create a focus that does not focus on the properties of improving itself. So WaniKani, most of the strategies that I hijack and incorporate from other products like Duolingo, for example, ended up in this workflow. But this workflow is designed to complement WaniKani. It's not to change WaniKani into something else. Like, I'm not going to force WaniKani, like, oh man, I should add sentence construction to the flow somehow. That's pigeonholing. You know, that's pigeonholing. I don't know if that's the proper way to say it, but that's like ham over fist. You're trying to change it to something that it is not. So it's so far off. That's largely when you start developing systems. Because if you're going to learn for kanji, which, by the way, Drama, I did read that you said it's good for kanji, right? I agree with you. And focusing on what it's good at, and then mitigating or complementing what it's not doing with other strategies, builds a system of collaborative working tools together, which is called a system. It's generically called a system. When you gather all the tools and show how they connect to each other to build a machine or a company or a startup or something like that, right? So here, this is my loop. It's a very generalized loop. It's really complicated. Like, it took me 8 hours to explain this last time. But this would be the most generalized way of saying, I did take what Anki used to do by coincidence. That's how I explain to this person. Like, I technically do something like this, but it was not after integrating, which coincidentally, by the way, I didn't know that's how Anki worked right now. This very moment, you have told me how it works. And I already do this. I do the again and the right. WaniKani doesn't actually do this. WaniKani only does wrong and right, and then space it out obligatorily. I don't do that, because ultimately this leads to 99% of what WaniKani is already doing for me. This is my natural approach. I work at it until I get the right answer. But there's quality controls on how I work at it. If it's intuit, that is awesome. When I require mnemonics and association, less awesome. And knowing that there are these tiers allow me to know where I can troubleshoot them. So when they come back up again, I'm solving my mistakes. And this is the last and final point from Sung's many points. I think I'm gonna say it's like 11. Or is it near the end? There's a point. He has a point. He has a point number. There treat, like, it's like treat all mistakes as important. As in, I think he phrased it in a negative way. There are no silly mistakes. And I still give myself a pass every once in a while. You probably hear more of me doing this in HanziHero's case, in the interest of time. However, eventually I get back to them. So when I make a mistake, I know where I stopped. I know where it is. I know where I can improve upon it. So anytime I make a mistake or there's a pause that reaches a lower threshold, I change it. And I don't change it by replacing everything that I've done, like rewriting your notes, for example. Rewriting your notes doesn't work. You're improving, or it rarely works. It works because you're repeating things. That's rote memory. The higher level is to take your mistakes, change it, and contextualize it into it. If you already have a habit of doing that, you can reframe it in a way that is functional. So through 300 days of doing that, rarely is there a mnemonic and an association that is insufficient to recall the word when I need to use it. And then all the ones that stay intuitive, they stay intuitive. And yes, when someone says, but you spent all that time doing it and you're only going to forget it later, what's the point? Isn't that a waste of time? No. Because when you go and do another skill in the future, you can use all of these skills you've practiced. Most people are thinking of it as a compartmentalization. Like, oh, so if you're doing all of this, isn't that a waste of time? Because once you learn it, you never have to remember these things anymore. That's not true. These are the skills of learning. They're not the skills of Japanese. You don't do this for Japanese. You don't do this for only Chinese. You don't only do this for Spanish. You do this for everything you learn. And that is the difference between someone who learns well, in my opinion, versus someone who can learn, right? I firmly believe that 99.9% of people are not too dumb to learn most things. Like, if you're there sitting there and saying, I've tried everything right now, since I've tried everything, the truth must be that I'm too dumb. Sung actually used this exact example, and every time someone says I'm too stupid and dumb and useless, I push back very hard. And he was a little bit more kind because he was like making a self-monologue, but I literally had people come up to me and say, like, I must be just stupid. I'm like always behind, so I can't do this. Like, you done this because you were smart and you're intelligent. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how inexperienced I was, and I encountered very much the similar problems. And Sung does that too. He talks about when he was in med school. It was because of his trials and overcoming that he learned how to develop those compensations. Is through problem solving that he led to those moments of realization, as well as I did. Catching up, someone keeps saying you're behind, you didn't have opportunities, you're behind. Being behind was the very reason I'm in this position now. So it's a common self-talk. Yeah, self-esteem issues. People are really harsh on themselves and their mistakes. Yeah, welcome back, James. Way harsher than how they view others. Yes, exactly. And I can't tell you how many times I hear someone say, like, everyone, for whatever reason, I don't get this. Everyone seems like they don't have problems. There's no way they know anything. So I don't want to appear stupid. So I'm just gonna keep this to myself. And my first thought is, so your solution is that when you have a problem, you prefer to wallow in your problem than try to solve it. And then your rationale is, since no one else appears to have that problem, of which you don't know for sure, you believe that you shouldn't have that problem. If you have that problem, then you're dumb and useless and you can't possibly solve the problem. And to me, 90% of the time, that's the cycle that I have to break. Like, somehow. And I don't do the tough love thing, so I'm a soft guy. Like, sometimes I do consider the idea that I should be more direct, but I'm a softie, so I'm that guy that challenged themselves to figure out what's a like a clever way to do it. How can I get this person to be like happy and gain agency and develop skills maybe they'll come to realize on their own, that type of thing, as opposed to like you do know if you're gonna keep thinking about this way, nothing's gonna change. Like, I don't want to say that. I rarely ever want to say that. So whenever someone says that they're dumb and stupid to learn another language, right, to learn a second language, I'm gonna talk your ear off, but I am not going to use these words. These words are easy. They are easy ways to tell yourself you don't need to try. Or do, even. You know, sometimes people go and say, there's no try, there's only do. Right? That's a little too aggressive for me, so we're going to still stick with try. And that is what we're developing here. You can, if you still like learn Japanese like gangbusters without listening to anything I said, that's fine. You still win. Like, I'm happy for you. The thought that I really like is that if you did that, there is still a chance that you developed enough skills and retrospection that the next skill you develop is going to be easier. Then the next skill, then the next skill. The actual skill itself can be harder, but you're doing more work. So this is one of the concepts. I think it's another point that Sung brought up. It might be early, it might be the top three, like the first three, is that when you build a skill through like high level thinking, right, complex thinking, so you are challenged basically, complex thinking, the next skill you tackle, like skill number 2, is going to be likely intrinsically harder. So when you have problems again, you're gonna acquire those skills, right? And then you're gonna go on to skill 3. But it might actually be harder. It will always generally feel harder because you're striving for more. You're not discounting, one of the points was record keeping. Well, the other point was record keeping. I'm basically going through all my hot hits because Sung went through his hot hits. Or I heard him through his hot hits. So record keeping will help you determine, did you gain efficiency? Did you gain efficiency? Did you gain efficiency? Because ultimately, when you're a learner and you're a complex thinker and a problem solver, you end up tackling harder problems, but they will feel like you're treading in place. Because oftentimes you're tackling the most loosely feasible thing you can handle. So that means that your problem solving skills should have improved over time. That's the great nature of having a habit and a routine. How many things do you think you can do by the time you're 20 years old or even 30? This is where that whole child thing, learning like a child, is so childish. This is such an immature way of looking things when it comes to adults. Like when people say, oh, you know what the secret is? I wish I was a young and a child when I was learning a second language, because it was easier. It's like, you have no idea, man. Do you know how long it took for a child who spent most of their time in a language only to be like barely high school level? You're trying to do this in a matter of a year or two, and you're juggling complex thinking on the interaction of all the skills you've ever acquired up to that point. I don't think you can understand how big your brain is already. And to appreciate that is like walking. Do you think a child is good at walking when they start? How long do you think they practice walking? Do you even think when you walk anymore? Like, I don't even know if as a child you even think. But anyways, there's so many things that you do now in your habit formation routines that are so complex that you barely bat an eye in. So ultimately, when you are challenged, you typically rise up. So it comes to that whole Dunning-Kruger effect with, you know, Valley of Despair situation and stuff. Things scale up with your skills. And that's hopefully what I think happens when someone learns another language. And you don't have to be successful, by the way. You don't even have to become fluent in Japanese to dramatically improve your ability to learn things, because the quality of thinking is actually not that highly correlated with the specialization of a skill. The specialization of a skill ultimately enters diminished return with respect to time, because you can only optimize so much about the process, right? Acquiring a different skill and applying your ability to learn different skills from different contexts improves your consistency in skill. So your skill learning competence goes up. Whether you use it or not is not going to be revealed by its application. So if you don't apply it, you don't see your competence. You can't measure your competence, which is what one of the comprehension, right? When we were talking about comprehension and application. I have a self plug. One last self plug. How I can how can I distinguish between comprehension and application? These two things, communication skills. And it's tangentially related, because when you're thinking about real Japanese and native Japanese, you're talking about situations where communication comes into play. What happens when you lack communication skills? And you have, let's say, 80% coverage of your, you know, your joyo kanji. Well, if you don't have the application to enable you to do this, then your comprehension can look like it's 0. Because you don't have the applicable appropriate application skills in order to demonstrate it. That doesn't mean your comprehension isn't baller, right? You can have a genius who is seen as a commoner because there's no application. Output lag significantly behind input. Yeah. Yep, the output lag is a great example. And oftentimes output lag is multifaceted. Output lag, so I'll add more to output lag. That's a wonderful phrase, by the way, James. Output lag, there's another meta layer to output lag. Limiting factor. So bottlenecks. And most of them are multifaceted bottlenecks. That's what happens when people are hyper specialized, and they're hyper specialized without a generalized foundation. So if you lack communication, it becomes the limiting factor. So that output lag is coming from another factor that isn't related to the factor that they're talking about. So whenever you're talking about the aspect of comprehension or the demonstration, the output of comprehension, there are upper limits and lower limits, and there's also rate limiting steps. So you could be a genius and still come off as someone inept. You can have an incredible comprehension of physics with the inability to teach it. And that perception of comprehension will dip. And it works, it also happens in self-talk and self-checks. And the idea of the foundation of understanding how learning works is that you can get yourself to self-check yourself. So like, if your bottleneck is kanji, then reading more vocabulary is going to become bottlenecked by kanji. If you're reading a lot of vocabulary and you're doing really like you're falling behind in vocabulary, then something else could be bottlenecked by vocabulary, like sentence structure. So the idea is you're constantly self-checking yourself. That's one of the points too. I think it was point number 4. Constant self-check. Learn to create a routine that checks for bottlenecks, for rate limiting steps, because you have upper limit, lower limit, and conditionals. Conditionals in evaluating data. Usually more data is not always the best. It's more appropriate data if you're measuring the checkpoints. I can't tell you how many times someone tells me their English is amazing and they talk well below the proficiency level, but they know a lot of English. Their comprehension of English is really great. Their portrayal of their comprehension is limited. Alternatively, some people who believe their English is terrifyingly poor, it's remarkably robust. Those are individuals who are lacking a rate limiting step. They are lacking self-evaluation and proper testing and refinement. This is what happened. This is why when we'll throw in a bit of Krashen. I don't know enough Krashen stuff, so bear with me. The one concern that I have, and I would not be surprised if this is a problem, the I. When people talk about I, this is assumed that when you learned your first language, in my opinion, the concept of CI is related to the idea that you learned your first language. This is what I meant about the commentary about it's more the concept that people are referring to when it comes to language learning. They're talking about second language acquisition, not primary language acquisition, because the concept is inferring that you already learned your first language well, and you have the capacity to do this. And also motivation, emotions, all the other effective factors, right? All the other effectors, right? Those things. But this is when you start thinking about learning. This, to me, is one of the biggest stopgaps, rate limiting steps that I have encountered personally in interacting with language learners in the last 2 years. This ability affects expectation, desire, and time management. You can throw like these things then impact motivation, consistency, and discipline, which all of these things will eventually lead to poor decision making. And all of these properties are a consequence of learning, like a self-check learning ability. You have to be able to gauge your competence, right? I is your competence. What type of competence are we talking about? We're not talking about language competence anymore. Most people are referring to language competence. They're talking about I+1 in the language. My first thought is, well, if you have an I+1 problem in learning, language is downstream. Like, you can have the most contextually immersive thing in the world, and you could not remember a thing. Still having problems remembering a thing. Because that person has a rate limiting step. They have no idea how to process input. No idea how to process input. It could be the most richest contextualized immersion, and overwhelmed. So tools like this, like WaniKani, exist. It's to help you lean in and explore and hopefully tackle how you learn to negotiate input by exploring your learning strategies. And that's what most people do in the beginning. They go and sample Duolingo, WaniKani, Anki, textbooks, italki, Mikaku, LinkU, those things. Graded readers, right? Satori readers. That is your exploratory phase for trying to discover your learning techniques, because that is the rate limiting step for a lot of people. It's the thing that's common in how to beat a puzzle game, right? How to graduate from high school, how to form relationships, how to get better at communication. Like if you take Vin, right, who was talking about how to improve your communication skills, his like 5 steps, quote unquote, hack to improving like your 10x communication skills, those 5 things are bathed and overlap with Sung's, like 16 of Sung's points in those actions. It might not look the same because context is fluid. So what you think is not context could be someone else's context. So that's kind of my like ultimate plug for things. You are smarter than you think. The moment you underestimate how much you can do in a safe way, in a productive way, then the bottom is the limit, not the sky. So if you so help me, if you tell me you're dumb and you can't learn something, I'm gonna softly virtual tap you in the face somehow, maybe with my words. Like I really dislike when people talk down to themselves and like give up and then like kind of nickel and dime their own ability to take action and study. So yes, in a way, drama, I'm kind of indirectly saying that optimization is awesome. Careful not to burn yourself out and like let the valley of despair, like you want a soft landing in the valley of despair, so then you can explore the valley long enough to like slowly make a nice home, pitch up a tent, and slowly progress out of the valley of despair, because it does happen, and it happens every single time you attempt to acquire a new skill. So burnout, some people call it burnout when you don't ever make it out of the valley of despair, right? That's usually where burnouts happen. People fizzle out, they run out of fuel, and they get stuck, right? I've developed this this analogy for so long now, right? You go down and you're like, oh no, I'm out of fuel, right? You didn't prepare. When you're up here, you didn't prepare for the journey to the bottom of the pit, so you have to climb back out, right? To reach true enlightenment. So, grain of salt, hyper optimization can move a little too fast. So that's probably the only thing that I think would be related to FOMO, right? FOMO is not going to go anywhere. I can't really paint a glamorous picture here. FOMO doesn't go anywhere. FOMO wears different suits over time. For me, I run at it. Like, I be wearing different suits every day. Next Boom Pro, you're gonna see me scramble through Boom Pro. Like it's been a while for grammar, so I'm gonna fumble through it and I'm gonna smile and have fun and figure out things that I can do with Boom Pro. Then you're gonna watch me play another video game. I'm gonna bumble through it, yap like 8 hours about a particular point, and we're just gonna continue on, right? Like, continue on, but bring all those memories and experience with me. If you want to be a learner and be great at it, these are kind of the tenets of negotiation with your emotional side of things. Way harsher. The best time to start is when you're 6. The next best time to start is right now. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, you agree with the kanji battle now? If I'm reading a physical book with no furigana lookups are significantly harder, but there's lots of resources for furigana, plus you can use Yomitan digitally. Yeah. You watched a ton of channel comprehensible Japanese when you were starting. It honestly was an amazing resource. That sounds awesome. I watched I watched comprehensible Japanese too. Yes. I think same person. Yeah, the comprehensible Chinese. Now I watch this person. Did I share this person? I forgot. Hang on. It's like I watch. This is what I typically watch now. Oops. Sorry. That's hang on. I gotta heckin' switch to my personal. I'm not doxing myself. Don't worry. It starts with an S. I keep forgetting. Oh. Because it's not a Japanese name. This one. This person. I think I shared it with Drama already. But she does skits contrasting American culture. I know, American culture and Japanese culture. But her skits are in half Japanese and half English. And what she does is the English persona always speaks in English. And the Japanese persona always speaks in Japanese, and they talk to each other as though there's a universal translator. And in the middle of the screen, it has both languages in writing. And it's very rapid. Like, she talks very quick. She goes back and forth. And that's what that's the type of content that I watch most of the time. People talking back and forth in 2 different languages. I really enjoy Takashi interview stuff because they go back and forth too, and you can hear that he also speaks, like, he's a Japanese speaker who learned English, right? So I like being able to hear Japanese accented English as well as the other way around, and then people who have like different degrees of English and Japanese. Yeah. Oh there, Bree. Welcome. We digressed really hard, Bree. So welcome. I hope your workday was awesome. My evening is pretty awesome. Thank you, Drama. Good luck. Sleep well. Drama's in the past midnight situation, way past midnight situation, and I do have to finish in 2 hours and 20 minutes to make for a study session with someone. So we'll have to switch gears now. To HanziHero and maybe do a little leeway to go a little quicker. Yeah, we're still within good time period. Well, let's read the rest. You think the teaching method based on comprehensible theory are really effective, or they were for you at least? Yes. I do the opposite where or I don't do the opposite. I like the comprehensible method. However, I haven't ever been in a situation where the comprehensibility matched what the person wanted. So like for example, you can use comprehensible input CI when it comes to concepts and abstraction. And that's kind of tough to frame around, right? Most of the time, the younger kiddos, right, the young kids, simply want an explicit explanation. And honestly, I don't want to be too generalizing. This is going to be a little hot. But the concept of comprehensibility, right, input, that's called implicit learning. Like, I know that's a little hot, but oftentimes it overlaps dramatically with implicit learning. Basically, you're taking something, you're performing the action, observing the action, and implicitly you're learning what that is and how that's learned by the act. Now, it's not quite the same because comprehensible input is also not a participant. So one of the things that are behind the theory is that you're only doing input, right? Or you're focusing on input. However, implicit learning often deals with input and output at the same time. You're using output to generate input in a context to learn implicitly, right? So there is some overlap. And oftentimes when I think of a hot take, implicit learning is king, not... So now hear me out. But not everyone wants to do this. Not everyone wants to balance input and output and take a balanced approach. It's so much more attractive to think that you can sit there and input and eventually output lag doesn't take control at some point. And it creates such a large output lag that the barrier is so big that it has to take you to move to Japan to eventually realize the fruits of your labor. Implicit learning combines both of these. You're inputting and outputting as you're going. So how do I engage in implicit learning? When I see a CI vlog, I write about it afterwards. I talk about it afterwards. Today's basis for everything that I've learned from Sung's 19 points of how he like summarized his 13 years of experience with teaching people how to learn, I used nearly 80 to 90% of what's in that 1 hour video today. After seeing it 5 minutes before starting stream. And it is practicing 12 of the points that he made that I believe myself. I actually have like more. I have like 24 points, but I know why he stayed at 19 and made it 1 hour long. There are lots of considerations, but implicit learning is far more, in my opinion. It takes a lot of effort at first. However, implicit learning is the basis of retention meets encoding. You teach the thing you think you have learned to be able to tell if you comprehended the factors. You compare and contrast from before and after with your input and your output consistently while you're inputting. It sounds like a lot of work. It sounds like mental gymnastics. When it becomes a routine, you juggle more and more of that without breaking a sweat. And that is the king of implicit learning. It's a combination of input and output timed with each other. So I truly express, speak, contrast, and people challenge me, my understanding, by asking me questions. So streaming has become my output. And I do it immediately. When I doom scroll, how do I make doom scroll functional? I watch 15 minutes of doom scrolling if I don't have a story for the day. And I do it right before stream. Because if I don't do that, I don't remember why was it even important or how to even remember the content in that doom scroll if it doesn't serve a functional application to learn it from. And I can't even demonstrate to myself or anyone else that I actually understand what I just learned or what I thought I learned. And a lot of times when someone watches something and I would watch it with them, I would tell them, hey, you write some notes and I write some notes, okay? And we'll compare. And I can't tell you how often it is that that person writes, they try to remember the exact details, like verbatim of something, so they got hung up on it, and their notes are like fragmented thoughts that they're trying to do something that is they're so ill-equipped to do. And my thought is, I wrote 4 words and I will spend 3,000 word I will spin a 3,000 word essay on those 4 words I wrote down in the video. So that is, in my opinion, one of the biggest gaps between someone who thinks they have a life hack to integrating inputs or something. All that input, in my opinion, is hopefully helping you. So there's a silver lining in here, like this massive input. I like to think that the action of participating in input can allow someone to encourage them to work on synthesizing their input, like elevating their complex thought. Not all comprehensible input is treated equal. Actually, most input is not treated equal. The biggest gap between someone who is benefiting from comprehensible input, for example, or applying that concept with like Mikaku and whatnot, is how they are thinking about their input. Like, there are people who spend like half their lives with their parents speaking a different language, and they are still unable to produce it. Like, day in and day out, there's input is not treated equal. You can still memorize things, but integrating it into your life and finding application for it is like so much of a lag nowadays. Like, on the internet, it removes any need to do anything in the first place. So to me, whenever I think about Krashen's work, it was great when there was an excessive use of output, like in school, in formal education. I feel like, with all due respect, it is out of touch with the current generation who legitimately do not participate in any form of output. They sit there, they do a recognitions test, they're like, oh yeah, I know that. Neat. I know that. Oh yeah, that, of course that's the right answer. Like, yeah, but you didn't do anything. You didn't learn anything. You literally said you know that, and then I ask you, can you explain that to me? And they would say, well, you know, it's like, that's the right answer. I'm like, okay, like, that tells me you didn't understand anything. You learned to recognize something. And that, to me, is what I'm imagining how people are learning Japanese right now. You think shadowing is good for that? Exactly. Shadowing is an output. When you're trying to shadow something, you're actually participating in it. You become a participant, like a silent participant. That's still more than doing absolutely nothing. Like, it's baffling, largely because I get where it's coming from. It works really well, maybe in an earlier generation when things weren't like just given to you, like information. Here's a tough one to swallow. At some point, when someone hears me offer commentary about what they're doing, there is often a point where someone says, "Why can't it just be easy? Why can't there just be a video on YouTube that tells me what my problem is and what the solution is? I'll do it as long as they tell me what my problem is and what the solution is." And my first thought is, and this is going to be a really harsh truth, I typically do not want to be this direct. If you are asking that question, even if someone gave you the problem and the solution, you will not do it. You will likely fail to execute it. Because when someone gets to that point in their mindset, they are not looking to do something to solve their problem, even given the answer. They are looking for the problem to magically solve itself when they don't have to output anything. So whenever someone says like, "Oh, how do you learn how to be fluent in Japanese?" You're gonna have to output at some point. Like, "Yeah, all right, we'll just wait until I'm ready." Whatever that is, I don't really know. Nowadays, people who follow the tenets of input only, I can't even begin to imagine when someone studies Japanese for 6 years and they come to talk to me. It's like, "Hey, how do you solve the problem with output?" And I would ask them, "How long have you been learning Japanese?" They're like, 7 years. I'm like, whoa. So you have waited 7 years with an emotional barrier that is so gigantic. How do you even open your mouth with 7 years of knowledge before even generating your first output? Like, how do you even know what to say? You have like 7 years of stuff. Yeah, 7 years is obviously too long. Sometimes we're talking about like 2 years. 2 years, 3 years. And usually, why 2 years and 3 years? Or 1 year? 1 year to 2 years? They usually get to a point where they say, "I'm feeling demotivated. I'm feeling demotivated. I can't actualize my progress. Like, I don't know what to do anymore. It feels like I'm learning things, but I'm not really learning things or benefiting from things." That's usually when 1 to 2 years come up, because they have no balance in providing feedback to themselves. There's no tangible feedback. And that to me is a lack of discipline. But a lack of discipline can be compensated to some extent with some output. So it's a balance of the two. If you want to keep on going, you also need to lean in on some output. If you become too demotivated, you've been inputting for a very long time, it's time to give yourself some feedback on output. If it becomes way too long, it becomes chronically inhibited. And that's why I'm honestly really worried whenever someone says like, "Oh yeah, no worry, I'll just speak Japanese and use Japanese." You don't even have to speak Japanese. Write Japanese. Think Japanese. Talk about Japanese. You haven't taught Japanese or like explain Japanese. Even with English, you're still engaging in something that you've learned. Not even those things. I think nowadays people believe that you just soak in the things. You're like a sponge. Think like a kid, a child. A child just sits there sucking their thumb and then looking at things. Even a child doesn't even do that. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where that misconception is coming from, where children just sit there and sponge things up. Do you have any idea how often children don't do that? They do output. They output to learn those things. They take a concept and they run with it. Children don't sit there. I'm really genuinely kind of curious where that misconception comes from, where children would sit there and they would simply learn by diffusion or osmosis without testing. Like, they immediately take that information and then use it and then see what happens. That's how that completes the cycle. Like I don't understand what happened. Like, for example, here's a great example that happens every day as a child. A mother comes in, nags the child. The mother comes in, nags the child to clean their room, right? That's input. They were yelled, their room is unclean, that should be an input, right? Do you think they remember when the mother yelled at the child to clean the room? When they clean the room, though, they will understand and complete the loop of the consequences and things associated with the nagging. That's when the child actually learns something. They connect the association with what they're inputting with also what they're outputting. Like, it's both. The process is both. Now, I know some people are talking about sufficiency. I still agree. Input could be sufficient to inform something, right? We're not talking about sufficiency anymore. We're talking about comparison between a balanced approach and a all or none for sufficiency. It's still true. It could be hypothetically still true that it's sufficient. I honestly find like that life is kind of weird. How would you deprive yourself of all your other emotional faculties and your human faculties and capabilities by restricting yourself to something like that? At least in my opinion. How lazy do you have to be? It's a rhetoric. I hope I didn't offend anyone by saying that. How lazy do you have to be to think that you can't find joy in doing both input and output when learning a language? Like, I'm not even sure if that's a disservice to you or not, but putting yourself that low on the totem to say that the only thing you can do to learn a language is to sit there and input all day long, that's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't see an impression. Like, I'm not impressed. I genuinely am not impressed. I like to see happy people taking the information and they're like, I'm gonna go use it. Like, that to me, if there's any irony here, that is what I see in kids. You tell them something and they immediately go and apply it. You tell them something and they immediately start mirroring you, right? Like shadowing. That's how you know that they've applied something, they've outputted something. And even at the basic levels, right? Not as an adult, they're not talking about like existential crises and associating their output with the factorial effects of all their other. They're not talking about that. They are mirroring you because that's an output of what they've inputted. Like, very, very strong. The guy manager was awesome. Probably your favorite one yet, but your feet hurt so bad. Oh, and your back's a bit as well. Well, I hope you get some rest. Got your schedule for the 14th and 20th. Have 5 days. Your feet are going to fall. Oh no, yeah, 5 days straight. I'm so happy the guy manager was awesome, Bree. Can you tell me a little bit about it? What made the guy pretty awesome? Let me know. I'm sorry to hear about your feet. Hopefully you get more rest. Maybe find something that can maybe give a little TLC to your feet. I hope next week is gonna be a real challenge, huh? Thank you for holding on. Sorry, I was in the middle of digression. James really gets me enthusiastic about this. But yeah, I need to practice output a lot as well. But I think incorporating output practice after having decent comprehension will make it smoother. Yes, for sure. Smoother. Usually whenever you run out of emotions, like emotional stability, that's when I say you should do some output. Like a blanketed advice for anyone who says like they're demotivated and they're tired of studying, output. Find an output source. And it could be a streak, sure. Streak is pretty cheap. Score is pretty cheap. Heat map is pretty cheap. Some sort of record keeping, that's output for your studying. And then literally writing those things, you know, with a grain of salt. That's how you can push yourself. So like whenever you're not leaning and relying on it, you're trying to output sufficiently enough to incorporate going and practicing more, like input, right? Or inputting more to practice, right? That's the idea. It's the balance. If you're saying you're miserable and you hate studying, you don't look forward to studying anymore, you a creative outlet, practice output. It's a generalized solution. What does that look like? What the specifics are? What you learned. Figure out how you could output with what you learned. And I wouldn't know the answer to that because obviously everyone's at different places in their language learning journeys. You think with massive amounts of input, the correct vocab, grammar, and honestly just come to you in the right situation? That's fair. As long as you're able to like apply it then, right? To get massive amounts of input from even before they can speak. You do practice output, you have friends who speak with you. Yeah, I remember you sharing that, but you can understand what they're saying and respond better because of all the input you've gotten. Yes. However, your communication skills will still be dependent on how you're able to form those constructed lines. Like right now, that is a good example of cued triggers, like cued responses. Leading a conversation is output lag dependent. Output, the rate limiting step for practicing output is the level 6. Or I've been referring to Sung's thing, is level 6 when you lead a conversation and you're constructing. That's the defining characteristic between output practice and that doesn't overlap with input. Input is sufficient for nearly all the other things because you have cue responses and recognition. Complex thinking with creative responses and leading and analytically comparing and contrasting requires output practice in order to inform the relationships between the knowledge that you have. In my opinion, despite knowing all the relationships between all those things, executing that thing, executing creative leads is something that is very noticeably affected by practice output. For now, as a general disclaimer, I still feel like I spend 20% of my time inputting and 80% outputting. So usually the outputting generates about 30% of the input that would feed back into this. Right? So most of the time it's about a 50-50. And in terms of like what information I'm gathering, and it reflects that. I have a slower learning scaling, but a higher retention. So is that mainly writing? No, it's mainly listening, actually. It's mainly listening. I write when I can, but usually it's mainly listening and reading most of the time. Just listening. What I mean is, sorry. Oh no, you're talking about output. Sorry, output, writing, speaking. You're right. Sorry, I mistook something. It is mainly writing, like Japanese writing specifically. You're talking about Japanese writing. Yes, I spend most of my time writing as opposed to speaking. Speaking, I don't have any goals yet. There's no priority for speaking at the moment. The way I speak is gonna be a hybrid. So I speak Japanese, English, and Chinese together. You have a native speaker read what you write? No. I do not believe it is appropriate in my prioritization to rely on a native speaker right now. Generally speaking, I typically interact with other people who are more multilingual. Although they still don't read my writing. Like, what I mean is, they don't read my writing in the sense that they're going to read it to tell me what I wrote, but they're responding to it based on what I wrote. So like, they're not there to evaluate what I wrote. They're typically reading what I wrote and responding to it. So if they feel inclined to say, oh, well, that doesn't make sense and this doesn't make sense, that's perfectly fine. I don't look for that typically. I look for using the information. And if you're talking about reading like something that I wrote, one issue can be ingraining mistakes when you output a lot early. It can be. That's assuming the person has no self-check. Yeah, one of the biggest misconceptions with that issue is assuming that the person that's talking has no form of self-check. So for me, that's why I emphasize learning first. You need to understand how to learn, not the language you're outputting or the language you're inputting. You have to learn how to self-check first. It's constantly assumed that you have the comprehension skills and the basis for self-checking. I don't, even if you use immersion and you're saying it doesn't, one issue you have with outputting, it's the same with inputting. You can input the wrong thing over and over again. You can literally learn the wrong thing over and over again. So it's not exclusive to output. It's also exclusive to, it's also in input. You can learn the wrong material over and over again. You can convince yourself of any truths that are false. So that is not new. That deals with the learning process, not the actual part of language acquisition, in my opinion. Well, technically, acquisition kind of deals with learning, but a lot of times people separate acquisition from learning. Like, you know, acquisition is something else, that's learning. That's why the input method, like the input idea, is possible to be sufficient, because I'm not going to grasp for straws here. The idea is ingraining mistakes, or the issue exists when someone does not have an ability to output to correct themselves. If you do not have, it's a chicken or the egg situation. If you do not output, there's no way to correct the mistake or internalize the mistake. You can have someone point it out to you as well. So that's why having a native speaker might be fine, right? Like, that'd be great. You can also self-check yourself as well. So the growing issue is often inclined in the idea that somehow the person doesn't know how to check for their own mistakes. And it is required, it's often misconceived that it requires the obligation of someone else in order to get them to correct their ingraining mistakes, because that observation is dependent on their own ability to know what that mistake is. That's true, as long as you're assuming that the person doesn't know how to, assess themselves, or even take exams, or other ways of output-dependent feedback. So the way that one can ingrain a mistake through output is outputting inappropriately, which is a really lazy way of saying comprehensible input can work as long as you're doing it correctly. Well, it's the same for output. If you're outputting it correctly, then you would not be ingraining mistakes. I'm offering an example by extending that and saying, well, it's not that nebulous. When you output, if you're not evaluating your output, then yes, you will most definitely be ingraining your mistakes. It doesn't mean that it's only a native speaker. That is someone who only relies on a singular method and criteria to solving problems. And a person like that, in my opinion, is less likely to offer teaching experience or advice for someone who needs to learn differently, or someone who is having different preferences. That's kind of my thing about the whole individualized learning thing. 60%, there's core aspects of learning. That includes language. And then it's very significantly dependent on someone's individualized ability to self-assess. And they often do not. Online, typically the most common response is, did you find a good example? Did you find a good example? Did you do it right? Well, what is the right example? Did you learn from the right guy? Did you learn from the right woman? Did you learn from the right tone? How did you find the best example so that you always output the best things? And then the reason why for that is because the one fear, not issue in my opinion, the one fear is that you're ingraining a suboptimal output because you don't have the best example. And then now we're back to square one about real Japanese, natural, artificial Japanese, ideal situations, and then the objectivity of what is relevant to the way you learn. And we're back to square one. So I agree with you. One of the issues can be ingraining mistakes when you output a lot early, because the person that's outputting do not output with use. They output simply to output. It's passive output. That's imitation and regurgitation. That's the input mirror of imitation and regurgitation is memorization. So input struggles with the same ingraining mistake problem. If you're only memorizing, then you have a habit of not remembering things. You can't reliably self-assess your Japanese output. If I'm going to output practice, it would be with a native speaker so they can correct mistakes. There are way more ways to correct outside of a native speaker. But you can choose that. That is a very great way to assess. By all means. You can do comparative analyses. You can do recording analyses. Like all the higher level processes are up to you. You can do all of the above. You can even take the native speakers consistency. You can continue to say like, oh, but I don't have enough experience, so I can't hear the difference. And you can also say, well, the native speaker would be able to pick up on things I can't notice. Sure. The native speaker can also not pick up on the things you're focused on. All of those exist. So yes, you can use a native speaker. I'm not saying you can't, right? But there is more than simply a native speaker as the only exception. You can record yourself, listen to yourself. How do people practice communication? You can still record yourself and compare it to something else. Data analyses, comparing and contrasting based on your experience is also a high level way of learning. It creates ownership and also creates an input of how to develop something when you don't have the availability of a native speaker. So while someone is sitting there, like for example, that type of advice, I'll produce a counter argument. Someone could sit there and say, well, you know, no native speaker wants to talk to me, so therefore I don't need to be responsible for that. Like, well, you could be doing something else while waiting for that native speaker. It's kind of like someone who says, I'm saving my money, and to save my money, I'm just gonna wait till the opportunity presents itself instead of working on other ways to make money until the opportunity presents itself. You can be doing a lot of things along the way. That's my 2 cents. And yeah, maybe one day I'll speak to a native speaker. It's not part of my priorities right now. I actually typically interact with other people who have different overlapping knowledge and non-overlapping knowledge with me, because we're both incentivized to have the same priorities. Point number, I think it was point number, I'm going to say it's one of the last points, one of the point 19th. Study with a friend. sometimes. You put a sometimes ... And that is usually when you have another issue is you can very easily come up with completely reasonable sounding grammatical correct sentence that native would never say or is incorrect due to. Then you'll find out later. Because you'll know at least why you said it and how you said it to assess it. So if you're worried about like the order of operations, right? And so hear me out. You think that this isn't gonna happen if you always listen to a native speaker, right? I disagree with you wholeheartedly. A native speaker would never say it, but if they heard you, what would you learn from it? Like, eventually it's going to happen, right? You obviously will still make mistakes, just less. And less mistakes mean good? Because I think we're not on the same page anymore. One of the pitfalls, I disagree with you. Because if you don't make mistakes, you don't solve them either. Like, it's never always good. Like, it's not always good. Period. I think that's so myopic to think that way. Less mistakes means your language skill is higher? That's not true either. That is so not true. So you're arguing that someone's high-level skills, they do not make mistakes, or they make less mistakes. That is so not true. The higher you get, you can end up making more mistakes because the things get more complicated. Learning is not linear like that. Yeah, fluency make less mistakes than a complete beginner. You're comparing to themselves. No, because a fluent speaker doesn't engage in learning anymore. It's not the same. A complete beginner is learning something. If you put a fluent speaker in a situation that they have to learn something else, they will still continue to make mistakes. People learn when they're challenged. I disagree with you that it's always true. Like, native speakers and fluent learners continue learning for life. Yes, they do. They do. They continue. And they can choose to continue to challenge themselves or not. If you're telling me that I won't make English mistakes by trying to learn more English because I'm fluent, that's an interesting thought. Because I don't agree with that. There are still times where I make more mistakes than the previous one, depending on the concept of it. I mean, I can't tell you that my fluency in English is somehow going to make me remember medical terms. What I'm saying is, maybe generally, you're true. Like, that's true, sure. Obviously, making less mistakes will mean that you have a higher language skill. I agree with you, generally speaking. That's perfectly fine. It's not always true, though. It's absolutely not always true. We were just spending time talking about the Valley of Despair and the Dunning-Kruger effect. The idea that smart people, skilled people, somehow are guaranteed to make less mistakes is a bit of a hard agreement. I would have to put a lot of asterisks on that. They are better and make less mistakes when they choose not to learn anymore. Like, the things that they do are within what they learned. Then they won't make mistakes anymore. They will make less mistakes. I agree with you. It may also be that they tend to make different kinds of mistakes. Exactly. So it's important to keep that in mind. Because the last time I thought about this, I'm way over time, but I'm gonna have to apologize to the principal. I'm way over time, but the reason why I'm saying this is because there's also a misconception. I'm gonna counter a misconception with a misconception. Is the idea that experts don't make mistakes. And that experts will rarely ever make mistakes because they're always tackling something that they know. How is this? I'll give you an anecdote. Why is the vaccine not effective all the time? Like, why hasn't science solved this particular problem to 100% certainty? In my opinion, one word of caution is to assume that expertise is somehow going to vindicate mistakes is it can be applied it can be applied inappropriately. And that's probably something that I acquired. I'm not sure what your background is, but I worked in science, and oftentimes but solving medical are very different to knowing the word for house. No. I disagree. Because you haven't been solving, you're comparing, you just described an apple with an orange. You decided to say solving medical science problems. You mean solving language problems as well. That's how they're normalized. You need to have a baseline of language skills to engage in technical and scientific communities. You also need a basic level of technical and scientific thinking in order to acquire language. Cyclic argument. And also the other one was apple and oranges. Solving language problems would be equivalent to solving medical scientific problems. Knowing the word for house is how to pipette something, how to measure with a beaker. This analogy is so inappropriate. You made an analogy that was apples and oranges to favor your arguments, and then you made another analogy which can be cyclically in reverse. You need basic scientific foundations in order to learn language skills. What do you think science is? So when you were talking about how a native speaker is going to evaluate your corrective skills, the basis of foundations of science is that. It's comparative analyses. So all of those are cyclic arguments, in my opinion. I'm gonna end this. Let's see. He had the I don't give a crap attitude. Like, main boss left me a list of a couple cleaning tasks, and one was vacuuming, and the vacuum is awful. It doesn't vacuum anything up, and you went over the same spot like 20 times. He came out and said, I don't care how it looks. As long as the camera sees you did the task, you can stop. Also, we just banter all night about random stuff. It was just a really chilled experience. It was nice. Oh, that's lovely, Brie. Glad to hear it. Not 5 days in a row, but there will be 3 days in a row. Okay. Well, hopefully you get some rest and be able to do that. I'm so enthralled in this, but also, by the way, James, thanks. It's something I will keep in mind. Like, I will think about all these like the things that you're suggesting, and I will ruminate on it and see if I'll try to like reinforce what it is that makes that argument very compelling. Like, why is solving medical problems and scientific problems very different to knowing the word for house, right? Because it is very different, right? So the very nature of it is those two things are different. That's why they can't be compared. And I wasn't comparing them. Right? The counter argument is I wasn't comparing them. My biggest critic would say, well, knowing how to measure water in a beaker is very similar to knowing the word for house. Because you've done it a lot and it's the basis of solving a scientific problem. You need to do those things. It's procedural. Your point is that one is required for the other. It is. And that is my point too. And I don't know what your point is. Like, so I'm telling you that learning mistakes is also involved in language learning. How you analyze mistakes is also how you learn too. So making mistakes and making less mistakes may not necessarily be the determinant of how skilled someone is. And that's my point, which might be two mutual points, by the way. We're not kind of arguing each other in terms of the points we're making. Possibly the way we're comparing analogies and stuff, but I don't think we're making contrasting points. We're making complementary points. And the idea that you favor a specific point is pretty much why I'm contributing an alternative point. You're going to go relax a bit and try to get some rest? Good night, Bree. Good luck. I look forward to hearing more about your work experience in the future. Thanks for stopping by. All right, anyways, I'll think about it. I'll think about those points and kind of come back to this discussion. I am way over time now. So we're gonna wrap this particular up for now. So that's a wrap for our WaniKani session, right? If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try, let me know what you think. You're always welcome to provide more stimulation for yapping. Thank you, James. And then Drama already head off. I already thanked Drama for all the challenging discussions and counterpoints, right? What I have to say is, hold on to those thoughts. I want to challenge myself to think about this for a moment, because it's interesting. I haven't really strongly counter-argued against myself about these points. I agree with you, by the way. Like, eventually a native speaker is going to come into to the picture. The thing that I'm prioritizing, so as a quick concession, native speakers are great at correcting mistakes, as long as they are provided with the motivation to do so, right? And then people who are also learning, who have non-overlapping focuses, can also complement people who are motivated in that same way, but have a non-complementing circumstance, right? So when you have a group of scholars together who specialize in different skills, they can also have a concerted common goal while collectively correcting each other. So the environment that I'm looking for is not someone who's seen as a native speaker because I'm simply wrong and incompetent and can't self-assess. I'm more looking for a dynamic that involves people who have different perspectives, who are geared towards the prioritizing of the goal. I'm not suggesting that most native speakers don't have that goal or willingness. I prefer a native speaker, if I do so encounter one, who is in the process of also understanding English. And maybe Chinese, if they happen to be Chinese. So the idea is, the thing I'm prioritizing is more the willingness and the availability of a common shared perspective. And that's one of the points of learning. Learning to me is more accessible when there is a mutual commitment to an exchange. And yes, you can go on a language exchange to achieve this. I haven't done it yet. And like you said, you need a particular level of comprehension and competence as you move through different stages of language. So in this case, I'm saying all of it is important and none of it is directly always true. Experts make more mistakes because they have to apply the knowledge that they take up the challenge. If you're trying to create and teach Japanese, for example, at a very high level, you are more likely to make a mistake in the execution of your knowledge. Scientific inquiry is the application of the knowledge that you don't make mistakes on to investigate something that is unknown. So they would make mistakes in that process. And so would a language person. How do you develop new Japanese language techniques to teach to someone if you are highly skilled in Japanese? That is the concept of a native speaker offering you advice and critiquing your Japanese. They are also bound by their motivations and their skill geared towards teaching someone. So I much, in my opinion, want all of that. I'm a bit greedy. I like a Japanese teacher who's also interested in English. And their English is also in a place that creates understanding, bridging those things. Is that readily available? I don't really know. So that's probably my concession. The answer is both. I'm usually saying both. So skilled people can both make less mistakes and more mistakes. And neither of them are good or bad. Oftentimes, mistakes in scientific inquiry and investigating those mistakes lead to grand discoveries. In fact, a lot of times mistakes are the things that we're looking at in order to understand what is normal or what is correct. So mistakes lead to a lot of information, and that's still cherry picking. So I'm actually not saying it's always more mistakes, and I'm not saying mistakes always lead to good things, but I'm also not saying experts always make less mistakes. I think there are plenty of experts that would defy that logic, but perhaps I'm overblowing that situation. And that's kind of, we're not going to be able to wrap up what we talked about today. Yeah, I think anyone on the cutting edge or doing experiment will make a ton of mistakes. I think right now, people who are incredibly, hear me out. This is rhetoric. I don't want to, we'll talk about this in the future when I get more examples or like people introduce me more examples. High level specialists in Japanese have often encountered scandals on how out of touch they are in providing feedback to teaching. So whenever I think about things, yes, you're talking about high level skills, so they will still be very high level skills, right? Like what I mean is there's no question that their Japanese is really great and all that, but we're talking about it in the context of having the person offer feedback, right? The very first thing is having a native speaker correct your mistakes, right? So I was largely thinking in that context. The application of an expert's knowledge leads to mistakes. And one of the mistakes that do occur a lot of times may not necessarily be linked to language. So I can see that perhaps they will make less language mistakes. Right? If they were doing scientific inquiry, like what I mean is if I'm measuring stuff in science, I also would expect to make less measuring mistakes over time because it's procedural, right? The things like I wouldn't grab a beaker, I wouldn't grab like a graduated cylinder to fill up a gallon of, or like maybe like 10 liters of water. I would grab a beaker, right? those things still are probably less mistake prone. The idea is the person is no longer learning. Yeah, the wider your skill set, the more tools you have to understand as well. You can clarify easier, put it in context easier, understand if it has better questions. Exactly. So I absolutely agree with you. Eventually, you could be my native speaker. I feel free. I'm kidding. Obviously, like if you feel confident enough to assess my writing in the future, definitely feel free. Until I mean, like I don't really plan on creating too many Japanese things right now. I'm usually inputting on stream, so perhaps. Okay. I could talk about this all day long. So thank you, James. I really appreciate it. I don't know if you're as enthusiastic as I am right now. If the feeling is mutual, I could kind of hear your voice in the way you're talking or you're typing. But this stuff is, I love teaching. Like I love talking about this type of thing. It doesn't get old, at least to me. And hopefully the feeling is mutual. You appreciate the discussion. It's enjoyable for sure. Yeah, definitely come. You know what? One favor. If you come across a hot take, like a hot take that you're invested in, and then you want to like unpack the hot take, I would totally be game with those things. Like it's a little different from all the kiddos who stop by and give me a hot take and then they leave. I'm kind of curious what kind of hot takes you have in your bag. I'm sure you have a bunch of hot takes right now from all your from all your language learning over the times. I've been tackling hot takes most of my like hot takes are a great way to start a discussion for those who are like invested. So definitely keep on lookout for hot takes. One of my favorite hot takes to like kind of bounce off of is think like a child. I think like a child illustrates so many interesting thoughts of how to achieve that as a rhetoric. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break. If you guys like this type of thing, maybe we can make it into a regular thing. I haven't decided yet. This has become more and more of a regular thing now that I have some very inquisitive folks around the clock. Again, appreciate it. Thanks, James and Drama. I hope I don't sound angry. Generally speaking, I try not to sound angry, more like enthusiastic. And yeah. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right? Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up quickly, come back, and I'm gonna try to get through my HanziHero session. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第327天。It is day 327. Sorry, I'm like a really, I'm kind of, I'm so high on energy right now. I haven't been so. As a general preface, you're probably not going to see this if you see this particular session, but I get so energized when I'm engaged in discussion with people, and I miss this. I really do miss being in an academic environment where people just have so much to say and whatnot. It's like electric. Okay, we're gonna try to do the fastest run we can do of this. So I have an hour and what? Oh man. An hour and 18 minutes, right? Before I already left a message for the goober, but I couldn't pass it up. It's just so much to talk about. I can't even imagine what my discussions are going to be like in another 3 years. Like if I keep doing this, I'm never I'm never gonna get anything done. Like, and it's gonna be so much fun not getting anything done. There's just gonna be so many things to talk about. Okay, sorry. All right, so we got 3 things to go over today. Shuai is rough. Thinking is not overrated, folks. I know that this is going to be a little out of context. I know that sometimes overthinking will create like pits of emotional depression and whatnot. It can also be like, with proper management and emotional skills and all that, yeah, it's tough, but it's also enthralling. It's absolutely enthralling. Like how can I keep thinking back to that Hank Green video. Like, you can't turn this off when you get there. When you get to a point, anything someone says and they continuously like respond to you, you just get caught up in it. In discussion. Like, you can keep going for days. And meeting other people that can match that energy, I think we would just end up tiring each other out, right? Like, I always wonder what it's like to be in a room with some like Hank Green or something. I don't even imagine if there's a medium that would be able to record for that. It'd be like, put the fries in the bag, chief. Guys, can we wrap it up yet? It's like, no, like we gotta, there's still like 30 more points. Every time we go through one point, there's gonna be like 40 more points to go over. Like, why would we stop? Maybe when we lose our voice. Okay, anyways. Shuai is something about a snowflake. Oh, yes. Alright, it's not the prettiest, but that's fine. Spent... My hands are cold now. Jung for okay. It's not. I know. It doesn't have bow. Heck. No. No. Yes. Sorry, my hands are cold, so they're like wobbling because I spent so much time yapping. Okay. Shay was satisfied. It dealt with... 我现在有一点累，我说的太多的话，satisfy，有一点累，太多的话了，说了太多，OK，
事后
事后 wait on， 是 yeah serve and then time okay yeah to wait on like to oh right wait to wait oh yes that's right always wait I defined it as wait serve and wait all right let's go oops
事后妨害
妨害 to jeopardize 防 prevent oh no to hinder and hurt or harm okay jeopardize impair interesting okay.
妨害罕见
罕见okay 罕见 rare and seen rarely seen fair enough
罕见自卑
自卑 to feel inferior to see oh no self inferior okay fair enough
自卑玄机
玄机 arcane truth oh yeah this one's a little bit of a flex so a mysterious machine is kind of arcane truth honestly in a weird way it coincidentally works how does that even like 玄机 okay
玄机
Xuan is a little bit rough because it's one radical, right? Not too much things to go on here. Arcane truth. It kind of reminds me of like old age wisdom. Arcane truth. 玄机 right? 事后
事后
妨害
妨害
自卑
自卑
here 罕见
罕见
罕见 Yep, takes me a bit.
玄机
I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember arcane truth. Mysterious truth is better. Yeah, hidden truth. Okay. I can do those. Arcane
不妨
a little bit specific. 不妨 not hindered. Might as well. Yeah, if you're unhindered, may as well. No harm in, you know. 不妨
不妨鱼缸
鱼缸 this is the vat, fish vat or jar. 鱼缸
鱼缸穴
shit a cave oh no I have flashbacks to Dong. Oh give me 穴洞 oh come on give me 穴洞 do it oh this you know this is Anna so it became a cave huh I can kind of see it though this is Anna right Professor X is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where he's playing with an electric. Oh no, the dollhouse. Where no dollhouses right now. Okay, so Professor X in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Um. Cave. Let's see. Overseeing the construction. That doesn't work. Oh my goodness, this is tough. Maybe like overseeing the construction of a enclosure, right? Man, dollhouse is it's just all over the place now. Sorry, excuse me. Let's see, like a enclosure. Oh no, enclosure's already used though. Maybe like a storage cave that is having an addition of fins to generate, I don't know, additional energy from the nearby water source. Maybe overseeing mutants working on the construction of a storage cave. Ugh. It's fine, I think. Acupuncture point. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Shit, wait, really? Man, needle just kind of got lost. Dongxie. Oh, there's Dongxie. All right, nice. Dongxie is in it. Taiyang Xie. A temple? A sun cave? Interesting.
穴
Shit.
我
To what the wait? I was more, isn't it like go on shore? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, to dock, to anchor, okay. I don't know how to pronounce that. To mer? To more? Is it like door more? Oh my gosh, English is kicking my butt. More? Mar? Alright, bar is inside the office building lobby. Oh no, that's ball. We had 3 balls in the last 3 days, like the last week of lessons. We have ball for Cyprus. And then father's older brother. I don't remember what the radical is to the left. I want to say it's finger. Dang. Wall is getting work done. Oh, no. Dang it, it's person. Of course it's person. Yeah, the last 2 balls were balls. Dang. Now we got water, which kind of makes sense. Got it. So Bart Simpson is inside the office building lobby, which he has flooded with water. He wears white sailor cloths and floats on top of a small white boat that is moored in the center of the flooded lobby. Anyone who tries to come close to him, he sprays them with water. I like it. I like it. I got you. I got you. Oh, stop. Okay. Taking ball. That's some more. Ball away. position. Okay. Neat.
我朋
Hung? Disheveled. You really don't look like a pung. You look more like a fung. A fung with flowers. Oh no, you look like a fung with flowers. Why did you become pung? Who thought this was a bright idea? I kid you not, right? I'm pretty sure fung to come upon. It's rooted in beanstalk. Where's that pung at? There it is. I mean, fung. Here it is. Fung with flowers is pung. So much for carrying the sound. You hecking characters. This radical. I was trusting this radical to carry the sound. Wait, do I have a pung? That's grain stock? I don't. It's the first pung? Oh, but there are more pungs. Okay. And then it's a bamboo flower swap. Okay. Fair enough. That trick is inside the English manor. Ooh. I should limit the digression. That trick is inside the English manor where he is growing some flowers out of the velvet carpet of the hallway row. Paths that wind through the massive manor, sure. However, a foreman comes along with a big beanstalk dragging behind him, which goes through the flowers, making them all disheveled. Patrick is uncharacteristically mad and pounces on the foreman and making both of their clothes disheveled. Sure. I mean, I'm substituting way and that's good enough. Vigorous. Peng Bo. I don't have a reference for Bo yet.
朋
Okay.
不妨
Yikes. Oh, yikes. Shit. Not shit. Shit.
我朋鱼缸 穴 侠
Xia? A knight errant. I don't... I don't really know what the difference between a knight and a knight errant is. Is it like after a squire? Oh man. Hold up. A knight errant would... Okay, that doesn't... Is a knight traveling in search of adventure in which to exhibit knowledge. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. I see. Intriguing. I didn't realize that was a hyphenated phrase. Knight errant. Xena's inside the auditorium where she is performing in a play, The Knight Errant. In it, she drops a sandwich. Oh, I do see the Sha. This is the third Sha as well for sandwich use. Oh, yeah. Dang. Starting to sweat a little. On the ground, and Slenderman, who plays the titular knight errant, picks it up and gives it to her while praising her beauty and good sense. Sure. I think that's okay. 协议 Chivalry? Makes sense. No, 侠义 not 侠义 ooh. What the bien? Is that a bien or is that a bien? Bien fu. Bien fu. Oh, you know what? The insect ones are really good at telling some of the pronunciation carrying characters. Interesting.
狭
Oh my gosh. Knight errant.
造
All dry. It does look like a zao though. Now it has fire. Arched. This is the second zao in the last week as well. With the character carrying. Zelda is in the bathroom of the barn. It is usually dry and a fire has broken out. It's unusually dry and a fire has broken out. Slowly burning up a tree that is in the corner. Slowly burning up a tree that is in the corner. Okay. Zelda feels quite dry and opens a box of goods next to her dry, crusty manure pile, revealing milk cartons within. She drinks the milk as the dry bathroom slowly cracks and smolders and everything turns bone dry. Wait. She's just not gonna try to put it out? I don't know, maybe like Zelda is in the bathroom of the barn, which is also the place to compost dry waste wood and goods by slowly burning them. Something that Zelda helps with when she is free of her princessly duties. Sure. Gunzai. Gunzao. Yeah, Gunzao. 冷冻干燥 to freeze dry. Oh, that's cute. Freeze and dry.
造房
Feng. Oh my word, is another. Oh, can we get Feng Zhi? It's probably Feng Zhi. Come on, give me Feng Zhi. Or Zhi Feng? I feel like Feng Zhi sounds better. Frodo is inside the chapel where he is trying to find a ball of animal fat that he lost. Alright. In the corner are a bunch of holy moons. Okay. You lost me. It does look like a Fang though. Let's see. Frodo is inside the chapel at night. Once again, looking for the holy compass, right? And something to eat from his long journey. He happened to be grateful to come upon some animal fat. Maybe the chapel dudes. No, that's just good enough. What is it? 脂肪. Oh, it went the other way. 脂肪 instead of 房脂. I kind of like the sound of 房脂. Alright, 脂肪 it is.
房横
Hung. Oh, oh, you just get both pungs right away? Alright. Great. Now how are we gonna switch this up for bamboo? Is he planting bamboo this time? Awning? Oh, interesting. Let's see. Patrick is inside the English Manor where he's trying to make a covering that covers part of the velvet rope, okay, from the bright light that comes from the chandeliers hanging above. He works with the foreman to stick together a bunch of bamboo and beanstalks together with a bunch of jellyfish jelly. Okay. Underwater theme. The covering, now finished, is put up, leaving Patrick Star in the dark, allowing him to take a nap on the carpet. We'll see how it goes. It seems alright. Jung Peng. A tent. I don't think I have a context for Jung. Covered card puncture. Makes sense. Oh, those type of things.
横
Ah.
重
Chung. Oh, hey, our other middle. Wait, how does this work? Give me Chung Yang. Or is it Chung Ying? Chung Yang? Give me Chung Yang or Chung Chung. Chung Chung. That would be kind of funny. It's probably gonna be like modifying something, right? Something that requires centering or middle, maybe. James Bond is in the middle. James Bond is in the bathroom of the temple. In the middle of the hot spring next to him, also near the middle, is Slenderman. They're both in the middle and shoved each other to try to get closer to the middle than the other. The monk soaks nearby, wondering why they are so obsessed with him. Maybe James Bond is in the bathroom of the temple where he identified his target, who is in the middle of, who is the Slender Man monk in the middle of the hot spring. It's good enough. Pretty good. Arbitration. 仲裁. Oh. Yeah, middle judge, arbitration. Oh, 仲夏, midsummer. Neat.
重 狭 横 重 房 造 俊
Jing. A spider person? Oh man. This would be a hot time for Spider-Man. Oh wait. Oh, that's not Spider in here. Wait, is that Spider? It looks so much like Spider. That's new radical for Japanese. Let's see. It is. I cannot identify nor confirm where that radical is. That's probably WaniKani specific. Handsome. Alright, we got some elbow pads, a foreman, some legs, and some Slenderman. Okay. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the infirmary, looking at himself in the mirror, admiring how handsome he is. Naturally, especially his legs and elbows. Alright. Thunderman and the foreman also think he is quite handsome and begins appreciatively rubbing his elbows and legs as they inspect the handsome beauty of Caesar's limbs. The nurses look on, thinking that Caesar really truly is quite handsome. Even his, I don't actually even know how many. I only see like statues, like busks of Julius Caesar. Can't really tell. The only mental image at this moment is Joaquin Phoenix. Wait, I don't even know which character Joaquin. He's not supposed to be Caesar. I'm not sure if he was supposed to be Caesar or not. But my image is of a young Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator. Hang on. Let's see. Was he what was he supposed to be? Oh, Commodus. Yeah, Commodus. It wasn't in the time of like Julius Caesar's reign. At least I didn't think. So my only image right now is Joaquin Phoenix. Ying Jun. Okay.
Jing,
Jing, not Jun. Only Jing. No Ju. Right, only. Oh wait. Yeah, only Ju. No Zhu. Right. 没有Zhu. 只有Ju.
惹，
To provoke. I feel like I had an insight or something. To provoke. Maybe like rise. Qi or qi. To provoke and like rise up. Something like that. Robin Hood. Oh, okay. Coincidence. Robin Hood is in the basement of the electricity plant where he's trying to steal electricity from the spare wires hanging around. He plugs in a wire into his armpits. Okay. That's gonna be tough about the armpits thing. And flowers start growing out of his mouth. Okay. Now you're just stringing together words, Kevin. Like we need some help here. Dang it. Why does it have to be armpit? What was another one? Arch? There are 3 body parts in this. Armpit, mouth, and heart. It's so epic. And provoke. Okay. I got it. Oh, Robin Hood is in the basement of the electricity plant, evading pursuit. I don't know. Workers for the man. Yelling by word of mouth to I don't know, to just cease. I suppose cease. Oh, cease running. Okay. He was able to improvise. Let's say Robin Hood provoked them by taunting them with flowers, which eventually lured them into some loose wires that connected that shorted on their armpits and caused their heart to momentarily stop. Ingenuity to cause trouble. All right, yeah, 惹事. Okay.
惹
I guess incident or matter works.
累
Lei. Oh my lei. It kind of reminds me of lei for stone pile. Wasn't it? Yeah. Just triple stuff and then stack on that. A rampart. Oh my goodness. A baseball base. Intriguing. Legolas is in the basement of the beach house by the bay, setting up a rice field in the damp, sandy soil there. In the process, he dug up the soil to make a sandy ramparts. I'm gonna need a picture of a rampart because I have a very specific idea of what a rampart is, and I don't think that's... Oh. That is not quite what I thought a rampart is. Wait, what part is the rampart? Hold up, I need some... Yeah, it's a defensive wall. Okay. Banked around a fortification. Okay. Oh no. Okay, field in damp soil. In the process, he dug up the soil to make a sandy rampart that surrounds the hill. He hopes to make a self-sustaining elvish base here in the damn beach house basement, and the rampart is a key part of that. Oh gosh. I'll let it fly. Fortress. Ballet. Does have some sort of protection. Interesting. Barrier? We have B. Yeah, we do have B. Wall. Belay. Barrier. A rampart plus a wall? Interesting. It could just be a wall.
累晚
One. Oh man, you look more like a mian. Yeah, you really do look more like a mian. Oh, but you kind of look like a bun. One. Interesting. What is my hair distribution like? Just one and mian. Okay, it's a... Oh, one is actually the dominant. Or more unique. Interesting. Alright. Wait, what was my first one? Late. Yeah. That's why I said bun. Bun. Looks like a bun. Alright. One. Alright. To pull. Ultarai is in the basement of the pawn shop where he finds a hare hiding behind a box of secondhand items. Walter crouches and goes up to it, and it bites his finger. Ooh, excuse me. With great force. Walter screams in anger and pain and tries to pull his finger out of the mouth of the hare. He ends up pulling the hare in circles around the dirty pawn shop basement, unable to pull his finger loose. Kind of just feels like Tom, really. Draw. Let's do something. Walter White is in the basement of the pawn shop where he is gesturing. Is it gesturing? The J or G? Gesturing his finger to some captive hares to be pulled from, I guess, storage or from their cages, to be used in some secret testing for his goods. Okay. I have far too many poles. Are any of the poles there? Nope. Wang Hui to redeem. Pole in return. Interesting. Wan Qiu. Rescue. Pole and rescue. Sing.
晚
Fine. Not quite where I'm going with that. Dear. Oh, dear. Oh, hey, dear. I totally forgot about this way of saying dad. Dear. Actually, dear is more common. Like second most common. Then ba. Like, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. How could I have forgotten another family term? Diddy Kong is in front of the electricity plant, where he is surrounded by many monkeys, all of which are his dad. One of those dads is his biological father, while the rest are mentors of a sort. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, I got you. Got me a little confused there for a moment. Lao Die, yeah, Lao Die. Oh, Qing Die. Oh, or Xing Die. No, Qing Die. Really? Yeah. Okay. All right.
爹
All right. I don't remember what the location is.
俊
Memory because of the nurses, right?
晚磊
Oh my word. This one is so intense.
惹
How does this even work? Something about crafty, luring, wires hitting the guy, causing the heart to momentarily stop. Provoke. Oh my goodness, that's... Yikes. That's gonna be a problem. Whoops. Wow. That's a struggle. That is definitely a struggle. Alright. 35 minutes. Boy howdy, 35 minutes. Okay. Whoops.
早
Whoops.
轻盈
他的舞步充满轻盈的节奏。
The heck?
冲
Oh my gosh, it's charge. Oh no.
选拔
他因成绩优异而被选拔。
Yeah, it's to select and pick out. Yeah, pick is fine. The word usually when talking about selecting people or talent. Yeah. Fine. Pick is sure. Fine too. 双胞胎。
双胞胎
我有一对双胞胎兄弟，
毒剂，
这种毒剂非常危险。
电梯，
你的公寓大楼有电梯吗？
Hey, what?
拥抱，
我们拥抱了很久。
Heck. Heck.
歌，
Okay. Okay,
苏
buddy. You really want me to use the mnemonic there? Ah! Huh. I don't know. Why do I
封
okay.
闭，
这片森林已经被封闭了。
Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
奔跑，
Okay.
马在草原上奔跑。
纸，
Okay. YOLO? Oh no. What is that? Hold up.
捧，
Oh no. What the pung? I really have no idea what the pung is. Like he's wearing a hat, right? He's doing his thing. Oh, he's holding it. We're gonna skip it today. We gotta. It's fine. For today. Hmm.
喷漆，
你知道怎么用喷漆吗？
T man. T. That's used in flatter. Flatter would be definitely a lot easier. It's masses, right? Yeah, it's definitely Zhong. Zhong. Chun Zhong. I can double check in case I had a typo.
例如，
我喜欢运动，例如游泳。
What the? What the heck? It's a brush somewhere else, but.
噪音，
机器的噪音很大。
Hold. Page. Okay, so Kirby is in the basement. Yoshi is in the... Okay. Oh, Hoofung. What is this? It's not a... Is it a rake? A fork? Hey, what are you? I swear this is Chen Zhong. Hold up. Oh, I'm missing the H. I'm missing the H. That's fine. Ah.
四肢，
四肢是身体的一部分。
肢体，
手臂是一个肢体。
Of course it's a pen.
笔，
Oh no. Hmm. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh. Man, that's rough. Okay.
展翅，
鸟展翅飞翔。
What's going on here? What's happening? Oh, I'm messing up.
富翁，
成为富翁是他的梦想。
芳香，
他喜欢芳香的香水。
Say what? Well, how does that work? 这个公园有一个很长的 heck all I can think of is like surface pile or like surplus pile. That's not right. No, that doesn't make sense either. Measuring cup. Oh, wait. 斜坡。
斜坡，
这个公园有一个很长的斜坡。
Oh my gosh. Ooh, yikes.
险，
Oh boy. And help. What the heck? I meant to type 2. I missed. What is this? What's happening here? I don't remember what page is. What is that, like an outline or something? Okay. Oh no.
群众，
赢得群众的赞扬。
群岛，
菲律宾是一个由许多群岛组成的国家。
I can't spell archipelago. Oh, it's archipelago. Archipelago. Okay. All right.
府，
Is this Chen?
全，
Okay. Trying very hard. Ah! What? Is this not the finger measuring? Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Whoops. Oh no, it's yarn instead of mix. That's okay. We use both. I should add mix there. Heck! I got feelings. So what is going on? Oh wait. Oh no. Huh. Dang it. Wait, Xiu? Xiugan. Oh, Xiugai. And that's negative.
中世纪，
中世纪是欧洲的一个重要时期。
中世纪 Middle. Oh, yeah. Middle Ages is what we'll call it. Yes. Yes. What? Oh no. No. Dre. Yeah. Okay.
回答，
请回答我的问题。
竹
Okay. Heckin' shack. No. No, wait. This. Huh.
决定
我们决定搭捷运回家。
I don't know how this makes sense.
修改
修改。
这份报告要修改一下。
Oh, maybe like for review or like repair, revise. Okay. This is more of a British thing. Review versus revise, British and English thing. And Kevin leans more on the British. Sometimes it's weirdly enough. It's kind of like a mix, but maybe it's because of Taiwan, but yeah, review and revise is a American and British thing. Cultural difference. I'm not sure if it's closer now than it was before though. Galsan.
跳伞
他今天要去跳伞。
Oh, that's such a weird name for skydiving.
标杆
我们需要达到这个标杆。
Okay, I didn't feel too confident about that. Okay.
“贺卡
你喜欢这张贺卡吗？
Hoka. I really thought it was tall. But does that make sense? 动桃. Ooh. I don't know. That doesn't sound right either.
走
I got it. It's okay. Do I? I think I got it. Oh, heckin' Yan?
传扬
传扬爱的讯息。
Yan? 爱的自习？炫奇？ That kind of promotes or emulate or spread. Okay. Heck. Oh no. Heck. Heck. Oh no. Oh no, no. Oh no, no, no. somehow. I just want to throw in. Darn it. On aboard the struggle bus.
狠心，
他太狠心，居然不帮助自己的兄弟。
Is that not a B? Yeah.
“笔杆”
这个笔杆握起来很舒服。
Oh, heckin' pen shaft? Yo. I'm gonna take a jab. Jab.
架
Okay, it's drive. Oh no, why don't I remember page? Wait, that's page, right? That's page. So we had this, we unified the page book. So it's book. Page is... Oh, I got the left side incorrect. Oh. Okay, it's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm too confident. Too overconfident. Should have evaluated everything.
沙漠，
沙漠中的星空非常美丽。
That would explain a lot. I'm like, yes, correct. Hyperfocus.
动摇，
他的决心动摇了。
他的决心动摇了。Like wavered, shaken. I was gonna say shaken. Said something like it's confident. Ooh.
聪明，
他聪明又努力。
豆腐，
Oh yeah, I need to
我喜欢
silence.
把豆腐加入汤里。
Yes. I need to be careful about Wang because I'm relying so much on Gung being that hooded a goat thing. Gotta be careful. Yes. And that's Wang Ye. It's a web page. I don't... Wait. No, that doesn't make sense. Does it? Something makes me want to type like... Oh. Oh no, I think that one we need to adjust there.
“盗版”，
他购买了盗版软件。
What the Daoban? Oh, Daoban. Yellow. Dang it. I don't know what that is.
油漆，
油漆的颜色很鲜艳。
拖，
Okay. Yikes. We're gonna go with 告诉。
告诉，
我要告诉你一个好消息，
网页，
这个网页有很多游戏可以。
Okay.
形状，
那些形状不同，
那些形状不同 shape or form
糖
Oh, hey, that's a knit. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it lines up with BN.
编辑
这篇文章需要编辑，
And it lines up with the edit. Yeah, it makes sense. Although the right-hand character is a little different.
律师
他是世界上最好的律师。
You don't look like what I think you look like, so you're clearly...
雷 文化
中华文化很有趣，
Heck. That doesn't sound... Does that make sense? No. Yes. No. YOLO? I don't... What is that? Huh.
"乱扔
请不要在公园里乱扔垃圾。
That litter? Oh my gosh. That help. Okay. Oh, maybe.他通过验动，他通过验动俺发了 no no oh 赶废了。我哦赶飞了。Yes. Yeah, what, mate? Oh no! Wait. Hmm? 猪？
时间
我们没什么时间。
I still don't know what the many grains. I swear it's like, oh, shit. Heck. Oh no, that's Thai. What?
Dan Fei. Uh, uh, hmm. I'm shaken.
夏威夷，
很多人喜欢在夏威夷冲浪。
Cho. Good morning. You'll just use a spare time to have more cards, so don't stress it. Yeah, fair enough. This 是一本什么？ Why am I leaning on Chou Zhen or Chou Zhu? Chou Zhen. What in the world is that? What's the Yap session about? Oh, learning. Get a bunch of learning Yaps. Someone shared what their steps are, what they're gonna do in a couple future. I chill. You're in debt. This needs help. Oh, it's smear again. Dang. We're gonna bypass this. We corrected it the last time. Give it another go.
搜查，
警察开始搜查房子。
Oh, this is. Oh no. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, what? Okay. Hang on. It's definitely Cho. Yeah. Cho is good. What's. Oh, or maybe not. No, maybe not.
排球，
你知道怎么打排球吗？
What the? 打排球? Oh, what? Hang on. Oh, it's. Wait. Okay. 拉锁
拉锁，
请把拉锁拉上。
That's supposed to be a zipper. Oh no.
柜台，
柜台上有免费的食物。
Like a countertop. Counter. Heck.
铝，
Oh no. Your CN reviews for 500 plus days from now sure do look tough. Huh. Hmm. Maybe you'll discover something that I am currently not doing. That could be a version of inspiration. The heckin' sprout. Where does the sprout and the suit intersect? I could have swore. Oh no, that's wheel. Yeah. I'm gonna say it's probably 袖针.
袖珍，
这是一本袖珍词典。
I have no idea what that means. 这是一本袖珍. Oh, pocket size. This is a pocket size dictionary. That's what that says.
安，
I think this is a zipper. Okay. Do you use the mnemonics to remember the meaning of the characters too, or mainly read how to remember reads? You're gonna this is gonna be a grain of salt. Like, you have to take this with a really large grain of salt, because I'm not sure how much of my legacy, like being around Chinese parents, will factor into this. Chinese has a really excellent way of flowing from the meanings of the character. It's less so than Japanese. Now, I don't know if that is particularly true because I happen to think that way, but no, I don't use the mnemonics for reading the meaning of... Oh, no, wait. I do use the mnemonics for reading the meaning of the characters, but I don't for the vocabulary words. So when you know the vocabulary words, they really do fit the meaning of the characters. So in a way, it flows really well. My experience with WaniKani tells me that it really does not flow very well between thinking about the characters of the Japanese, like kanji, and then the vocabulary. So you might feel the same way, because there's a lot of internalizing for these phrases. And they flow maybe because there's also no like sudden gap between the grammar usage, like how you would think it would be used. There might not be a gap there as well. So like, even despite you not having any grammar, if you know these characters, you already know how it's broken up. Like,
So characters themselves carry their spacing in a sentence. It's kind of like having nomaji and combine it with the meaning. So this is this counter, classroom, have, a lot, and then this is the vocabulary word, which is followers or trainees or people, maybe lessons actually. No, followers or trainees. Hold up. Classmates? So this is belief or follower. Seeing I'm stuck on this is why I'm stopped here. So essentially the characters carry more relevance in a way. It has a lot of internalization, and that may or may not be a good thing. It's kind of hard to tell. It means that there is a chance that because I know what it is, or like I'm familiar with it, it's carrying me really far. Alternatively, it can also mean that when you learn the character, it feels like you also know the vocabulary. And the vocabulary drives a lot of the sentence structure. Like lots of the grammar is driven off the vocabulary in Chinese, at least in my opinion. So like even understanding the vocabulary, it gets you to kind of contextualize where it would go. And then you might be thinking, well, what about speaking? The tones are conserved. So if you are able to produce those tones, eventually they smooth out. So in a way, I said this before about Chinese. In a way, I kind of understand why growing up in China, which is, again, this is anecdotal from my parents, that they would think of learning a language by memorizing things as a thing, like as a rehearsal. Because it almost feels like that's kind of how it feels when I'm learning Chinese. Again, grain of salt, because I also listen to Chinese. Like I hear my parents say things and whatnot, so it could be internalized already. Let me see what happens if you give me a bit of time to get through more material and see if that's the case for just one or for both people here. Yeah, that's kind of what you're a testing ground for. I'm genuinely curious if this translates. It's so difficult for me to know if it's true since my parents are Chinese, that I can tell you that you're not juggling grammar as much as Japanese. That can be a good or a bad thing, because when it comes to constructing it, you would eventually have to know which ones to use or like how to use it, and I'm not entirely sure if it's that flexible. In terms of trying to get an idea across, you can jerry-rig your way through things for sure. One of the yap things earlier when I was yapping with someone else, one of the yaps that we were talking about near the end with James is that in Japanese there's this hyper focus, and I'm not, it's good or a bad thing, up to you, that one is constantly like and it's true. I mean, people who learn, you have to be very, very vigorous and vigilant on assessing how exact you are by having a native speaker and whatnot. But I'm not entirely sure that is the same rigor as Chinese, largely because there aren't a lot of Chinese people outside of like the Chinese internet, right, that interacts. It's interesting. No way, language with less grammar. Yeah, this definitely has less grammar. Like less grammar in the sense of less grammar from where you are now on average. I don't know how that translates to speaking or constructing sentences though. Less grammar could mean also less foundations to build sentences. So it could end up being like a big gap. Like you have to leap through the gap because there's less structure. Oftentimes structure can help with constructing. You know, you get a procedural routine, you know what a simple sentence looks like, and it can build up to that. So Japanese has that rigor when it comes to there's a classical pattern and stuff. So if this has if there's less grammar to learn, then there might be also willy-nilly. There's a lot of willy-nilly wiggling with Chinese speaking. So then it could be a little bit messy to do that too. Structure can lead to repetition. Going from Japanese French to this sound almost easier. Too early to definitely know, but we'll see. Yeah, about French. Shh, don't say it too loud. Bree is sleeping. She had a busy day. I can only imagine nowadays, like when suddenly I say Bree, and Bree just gets up like, French? What? It's time for French. Okay. I don't know. We're gonna have to come back to that. So, how am I messing this one up? I thought it was... No. It's way. What? Dang it. Oh no. I don't know. It's lose weight. Oh, yikes, it's Tien. It's the only one that doesn't meet the... And... I'm gonna change. I have to modify Tien. Tien Fei. French grammar. I swear it's like Guoming. Like, oh man, Yi Ming. How did I get Yi? Where the heck is Yi? Oh, migrants. Alright, Yi is shift, I think, yeah. We'll see if we can fix Yi Ming. This is migrants or immigrants, okay. I couldn't remember the... I was thinking of...
我是中国移民.
It looks like this. We'll come back to it. Okay, so that's 2. Things are getting out of hand already. Dead tree and fingers. Really thought it was more. It's definitely fixing something. Oh my gosh, it's still smear. I need to add something smear. We gotta work on smear. That tree is not working out. And oh no, it's not dead tree. It's I'm using end. Dang it. I'm using end instead of tetri. It's a pivot I was working on. Okay. What? Oh. Wait. What? Oh. That's a type.
抹
It makes so much sense when it's end. Okay. No more dead tree. We're leaving the dead tree department. Dead tree is too hard. A wheel? Okay.
伸手
我伸手关灯，
Or reach out. So I'm pretty sure that's more. Which is great. Oh, no. Yes? No. Whoops, I typed the wrong thing. I meant to type Dre, not Shay.
踢足球
他每天踢足球，
It's soccer. Play soccer. Or play football.
"债务
他正在处理债务问题。
How long do you think Reels would take to finish? At this rate, it's not looking good. It's probably gonna be another hour if I keep stopping. I'm at 73 out of... There's still 82 more. So we're like barely halfway. Yes. That's so weird. Icho. Oh.
减肥
他通过运动减肥了。
I've been using the Cantonese. I think I'm pretty sure Ganfei is... Or maybe not.
分泌
汗腺会分泌汗水，
I secrete with an E. What in the world is going on? This is gonna be so... I am gonna be so disappointed. Oh. I typoed. Okay, it's Maj. I typoed. I typoed so many times. Okay, it's fine. I'm not crazy.
"面膜
这款面膜很保湿，
We'll try to go a bit quicker here.
函件，
我保留所有收到的函件。
Send help. Oh, at this rate, I'm just vibing everything. That's not great.
脚踏车，
他每天骑脚踏车上班。
What the heck?
信徒，
这个教堂有很多信徒。
Or like followers, believers. Okay, fine. YOLO.
奴
All right. I wasn't sure about that. Not that sure.
电炉，
我们家厨房里有一台电炉。
清晰，
这张照片的细节非常清晰。
炒锅，
你可以用炒锅煮很多菜。
I definitely need to pause sometime in the future to like go back and do like a marathon or something just to touch up some things, because holy heck, there's too much piling. We're definitely reaching a critical mass, largely because when you reach HSK 7 through 9, they no longer space that much with vocabulary. It's just all characters, and I'm like, or it's a large up rate in characters. And I'm like, what? All the characters. Yeah. YOLO?
党，
File? I laugh because every time it's on intuition alone, I'm like, ah, okay, well, better luck next time.
焊料，
这个焊料熔点很低。
麻醉，
麻醉可以减少疼痛。
麻醉. Oh, is it like anesthesia? How do you spell anesthesia? Heck. Oh no, not like this.
冶炼，
冶炼铜需要很多能量。
When you have how long
荒
do you
诞，
have
他
till
说的话
the
听起来很荒诞。
fixie the repairman? I'm not even sure we're okay. Should keep going.
木桩，
我们用木桩建造了一个小围栏。
Egg. Oh, it's coconut, not that.
桩，峡谷，
峡谷的风景令人
I do have a drop in like how quickly I finish my reviews depending on how much I yap. There is some stamina dependency here. Fixie, just before 5 a.m. your time, you may be able to continue, but get interrupted along the rivalry and just generally, so it's be ideal to at least get most done before that. Okay. I like the fixie. Is this I? Oh, it's not I. I have no idea what that is.
冶金，
他在学校主修冶金专业。
I really it was awesome today. Like, I really got carried away, but there's so much good things to talk about today.
主旨，
这堂课的主旨是解释科学现象。
Indulged way too much.
再取，
他在取后，一切都变得更好了。
哀，
I need to review what the toilet leaked everywhere because they tried to fix it wrong. Oh no. That's kind of humorous. Fix it wrong. Fix it wrong. Oh, that's a moon. Dang it.
雾，
Yeah, so it was blocked for 2 months, so they tried to fix it and it worked for a week. Oh, okay. I see what you mean by fix it wrong. I see. So they like band-aid it somehow. Maybe like jerry-rigged it and didn't actually solve the problem. Just put a band-aid on it temporarily. Well, that's unfortunate. Why do I want to type way? Oh. Definitely dim.
崭新，
他穿着一套崭新的西装。
But now it works if you want to sit with your feet in toilet water. Speaking from experience. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna bypass this. Oh, I missed the eye. But Yeah, there's no me. It's dim. Trying to move along here. It's
椰子油、
我对椰子油过敏。
妹、催、
Yo, heck. I don't. Okay. Oh, Joe.
蒙、 昼夜、
我昼夜不眠的工作。
猪、
Oops, I missed the G. That's very important. What in the world is that? Alright, hold up.
始、
So how did I screw this up? I really thought that was... No. It's probably the left side. That's not correct. Heel and enclosure. Oh. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Does it? No. What does that mean?
畅销、
这本书很畅销。
这本书很畅销。Oh, sells well. Wow. That helped. What? Wait. What's going on here? Could have sworn that's true. Oh. I need to silence. Today's review session is looking horrible for you. How so? What's happening?
煤炭、
煤炭可以用来发电。
巫师、
你是一个巫师。
Today's review session for me is where I expected because I was being a butt. I indulged a little too much today. But that's my fault. It's where I would think of. What? Oh, 报酬. This does often happen when I spend too long. Your stacks are okay. Remember the new learning do stacks. Remember the new learning do stacks? Oh, I see.
"血栓、
他因为血栓住院了。
Does this help? Trey, Oh, it does help.
摧毁，
火灾摧毁了整个森林。
Yeah, so vocabulary helps a lot, honestly, because Chinese has, I don't know, I'll point it out in the future when we get it. Chinese has a very consistent 3 categorical ways they form vocabulary, and it's so systematic. It does transfer to Japanese a little bit, but it only transfers to Japanese as formal and archaic terms, which basically means that they were Chinese terms first. So we're probably not the... Why is this not what I think it is? Oh, yeah.
芝麻，
他们用芝麻做饼干。
仇人，
他的仇人住在这里。
Heck, it's just bad people. Personal enemy. Bad person. Oh. Madman. Just good.
报仇，
他发誓要为家人报仇。
Oh, I just YOLO'd that so hard. That's way. I don't do fast. Fast is we're just gonna, let's try to chill here. Do fast.
乞丐，
这个乞丐没有家。
为，
I am gonna go with
右， 也，
What this is really telling me is it's time to read something. Maybe I'll find something to read. Because, whoa. Too much. Too much right now.
化妆，
他每天都会化妆。
山，
Oops.
绝，
Okay. No. No.
扒手，
谨防扒手。
You what?
糟，
It's like making a mess. Oh no. No. Encountering misfortune,
Ben.
no? Oh no. I'm not so sure about that one.
柔软，
婴儿的皮肤特别柔软。
海峡，
台湾海峡很重要。
隔，
Yo, what? It really isn't a pavilion, though. It really isn't. What the basket? Heck! Oh, that's fun.
南宋
南宋在1279年被元朝灭亡。
伯父
我的伯父住在城市里。
What, the doggo in a person? The doggo in person. Hold on. Oh.
福
How that relates to bend over, I'm not gonna, no comment. Oops, that's Guan Li. Old? Quite a few new words will have unfamiliar kanji too. Oh, we got new stuff. Again, Sprouting Road. It's yeah? Oh no. Oh, D.
之
Ah! Nah. No. What? Alright, I don't know what that is.
香憨官吏
那个地方的官吏很腐败。
瑞雪
瑞雪给大地带来丰收。
I don't know about auspicious snow, but it's there.
柳
Oh no. Okay, it is fat. Whoa. Oh, okay, that's lotus seed.
开拓
我们需要开拓这门生意。
Develop is fine. Yes. What the shrive?
碾敌
I don't know how this is enlightened. Oh, right. We're almost there. We're almost there. Say what? Heck! Oh, I thought I got that one. Dang it.
伯母
我的伯母很喜欢做饭。
Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Wait, how's this? Wait, how's that?
轴
Kanji are now bottlenecks lately. Oh, yeah, scaling is gonna be something we'll have to look into. Dang it. Oh, Axel? Oh my gosh, Axel is gonna be a problem. Axel. Oh no. What? Wait. Oh, wait. Oh no, that's a typo. It's fine.
芬芳，
这朵花很芬芳。
Honestly, you think too many cards lead to the build-up? That is fair. You're moving quite quick.
拓宽，
我们需要拓宽这条人行道。
Prospector. I really thought it was... on Prospector and Chucky. Oh, gasping? Oh my gosh. We might have to work on gasping. That's not gonna work. Yeah, that's 4. Let me get some numbers for me. Okay, the sheer number of kanji added. I can only imagine how much you have added.
喝，呐喊，
他在比赛中大声呐喊。
Hey, Mika, what's the kunyomi for this? It's your it's one of your favorites. It came up coincidentally, so yeah, Mukashi. Yeah.
习，
Pass. They use the past instead of long time. Okay.
侠，
I really thought this was Ying. How's that not? Oh, it's Young.
庸，
Yo, I really. Oh, typo.
溜，喘，
That's gonna be so rough. Oh, dang it! I reversed the U and the O.
统，
This one's gonna suck. Future for sure.
浊，
Might be okay. No one might be okay.
莲子，
我喜欢吃莲子粥。
So like 500 kanji per month rate? So listen, Mika. You're gonna learn more kanji than I have in 2 months' time. Hold on, hang on. Hold up. Yeah, a little under how much I learned in. Realistically, get me until like April probably. In half the time. To get 500 or 1,000? What are we talking about? Like April to get the 500? It took me about 5 or 6 months to get to 500. Although you do have to keep in mind to start catching up in numbers. Okay, to keep in mind that I think most of the characters are coming from Chinese, actually. Oh, what would the rate be here? And it's like only 95% really. So 900, 1800, we're at 2159. Let me recalculate. 2159, and that took close to a year. It's almost been a year soon. So let's cap it at 2200 in a year. What does that mean? Like 300 a month? No, not even. It's like 200 a month. It's less than 200 a month. Am I crazy? 2200 divided by 12. Yeah, it's like 160 a month, something like that. And this is I spend a lot of time trying to scale up. So I worked quite a lot on how to make the thing faster. So I focused all my time on how to make me think faster. Like how the way to get to the answer faster. And it pays off early on, like, so it's scaling hard enough, but this part is getting a little rough because they're grouped together because they're plus and minus vocabulary words. I already, like a month ago, I thought about maybe I should stop here and then start adding vocabulary words through a different thing. If you're wondering, if you're going at max pace or the max allotted pace, which is 20 lessons once you get the quick start parts, it's about a year and a half to be exposed to all the characters that is in HanziHero. And that is so rapid. Like, in retrospect, we're gonna have to do more with this. And dictionary is what we're gonna do with this. WaniKani kind of just reaches a dead end, so I have to use it in a different way. Yeah, I think finding like a way you're gluing things together goes a long way, because it really does make it so that everything else feels like clockwork. And then transitioning that into something else, that's going to be interesting. I can tell you that right now, out of the 2200 characters, I would say about 1,000 of them are intuition based. And it's because of consistently like seeing in regular things in the sentences. So the idea of having the sentences available meant over half of them at least turned over into intuition before then. It's gotten to the point where I would type the sound, like HanziHero does this thing that I'm currently doing. I focus a lot on sound to get the answer. So if I can hear the sound, I know what it is. So a lot of times I would speak in my head what the sound is well before what the meaning is. And the meaning comes out a lot better when I'm reading the entire sentence. So oftentimes I'm actually doing less and less of looking at meaning in the like a translational sense. It's just a sound. And then it takes me a while to like, it kind of means this, but it's good enough kind of situation. I don't know how that's going to translate later. We'll find out. We'll find out together. All right. So let me finish this routine before and so what do you look like? I'm doing other routines now for Chinese, and I'm asking myself, what does the character look like? And that's how I remember in characters now. I remember characters based on what they look like, and I know how that sounds. It sounds like a weird thing. Like, what do you mean? What the character looks like? Like when you look at a character, it sounds like something now. It no longer. There's no like blanks. Like all these characters sound like something, and that's how I'm like going about them now. Japanese is not there. Japanese is not there. Chinese is though. Chinese is though. Like, what does this character sound like? It sounds like a boa. Like, I have no other attachment other than this is boa. It's got to be boa. This has got to be xia. And this is peng. And this is new. This one's a new. So I can tell which characters are new and which characters are old simply by what they look like, without even knowing any meaning or anything behind them. It's kind of weird, but it's kind of neat too. It's very satisfying. You wonder how long it's going to be for getting conversational general media understanding for Japanese for you. Yeah. I haven't really gotten past the like the regular things. Like most of the time, I don't know what's considered conversational to me yet. I haven't really decided where conversational is. But in terms of conversational, I don't get past the I'm hungry, let's eat, let's go to the store, let's go buy something. This is what? This is here. Oh, this is yours. It's cold outside. Weather's oh, today I had a hard day. What was work like? The weather's pretty nice. That type of thing is the stuff that when that happens, I'm like, oh yeah. And then suddenly they start talking about like poetry or responsibilities, and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Drama, no, not drama. James suggested a show that's free, by the way, on YouTube. Atashinchi, and I watched like 2 episodes, right? And when it's casual, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And then suddenly they're like, but I need more variety in the colorful nature of the food, and I'm like, wait. I heard color. I heard. I don't know what variety is. I'm lost. Like it goes in spurts. Like, oh yeah, routine, and then suddenly like, oh okay, I guess that's something I need to start grasping at some point. Especially when there's jokes involved. So Atashinchi is kind of like a short form comedy, and when they're trying to make slights and stuff, it's actually kind of understandable because most of the time it's implicit. It's like a contextual, like, oh, so kind of situation. Oh, like honto, like that type of stuff is okay, right? That type of stuff is okay, but the details about the humor is difficult. So like, okay, I mean, she says she understands, but it's kind of like I feel like the kid in the show, like what does she mean by understands? But it's more of a language barrier, not a the kid is like, oh, I'm suspicious about what if my mother understands what I meant. I'm like, okay, I guess. Yeah, understanding second language humor will always be tough. Yeah. The show is really good though. You can watch it in short spurts. I forgot to talk to James about it. James and I shared like some. He asked me what my favorite anime was like 2 days ago, and we started talking about things. And Atashinchi it has his own YouTube channel, and they're 7-minute episodes, and they kind of play like a scene from Simpsons or Family Guy, but a little bit more family oriented. So the comedy is due to children humor, like familial humor. And it's quite wholesome. It looks like it's less like hip and potentially questionable like Shin-chan. It's more on the quaint and fun family thing. So the first episode was about the kid complaining about not having variety in their bento for school. So the kid's like, can I have, he's trying to the kid is trying to describe like getting his mother to understand like how to make vibrant food, and then their mother is very literal, so she takes everything literally. Like, I want to have more than one dish, like a side dish for the rice, and then she gives him 2 because 2 is greater than 1. So you kind of learn some of that as you go. Quite a few of your Japanese and non-Japanese friend groups like to watch those comedy shows together on VC. Ah, like the ones with the corner cam. Ah, I see. Yes, like the corner cam. Exactly. I think the show is pretty good, so I'm gonna try to watch it to try to understand where James is coming from, right? I obviously threw in One Piece and stuff. I mean, watching 1100 episodes of One Piece, you will definitely know your pleasantries. You will definitely know how to express being angry with someone. You will definitely know how to sound like a very cheesy cheerleader, for sure. And lots of shinjirus. Lots of shinjirus. I mean, you get that from Naruto anyways. You believe. Like, shinjiru everything. Just, anata wa, anata ga shinjiru. Or, I don't know how they would word believe me. Like, in English, it sounds funny, but I don't know how they would go about in Japanese. Actually, I haven't listened closely. Where, believe in me, that believe in you, that believe in me, that believe in you. Situation. They don't actually say that. They just say like, I believe in you, and then the other person would say like, I believe in you too. That type of situation. You're part of a group of 20 or so Japanese language Japanese learners. Time zones are tough with that group though. I see. Japanese learners. So wait, can you explain what you mean by Japanese, slash Japanese learners? Alright, I'll keep going on this though. We really gotta get this in the bag. Oh, this one's rough. Jen is rough. Lei is interesting. Another pun. Fung? You just look like a Fung. Yeah. Oh, you're going to be rough too. Shit. Oh. Ooh, this one's rough. Bruh. It even sounds rough. Are you Jung? No. Yes? No. Oh wait, you are actually Jung. Oh, this one's kind of rough for now. Line. Okay. Sure. Wait. Sure, Hall. Fang? Fang? Fungi. Oh, nope, not fungi. Fungi. That sounded like fungi. Zhi bei. 罕见。爽鸡。Where's the 选？选鸡。那选鸡。不妨。乙肝。Okay. All right, so we got Bippity Bar Simpson in the office building, basically messing around. He flooded the place, water spraying everywhere. He's wearing a white sailor outfit. I don't understand why he's wearing a white sailor outfit. What the boar? What does boar mean? Blood? Oh, the more. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Okay, so he's wearing a white sailor outfit, and somehow he managed to moor a ship on there and then start shooting water guns at everyone who's approaching the ship, right? Man. Honestly, I don't use that word at all. The dock, I suppose. Xena is in the auditorium once again, and this time she's in... Oh, there's a play featuring a slender man who is on stage acting as a knight errant. Xena is once again in the audience handing out sandwiches, right? Sammies. There are 3 Xena situations handing out Sammys. I hope I can negotiate them. Met with objective of language exchange originally, but it's a very everyone's vibe and hang out with everyone group of people. Okay, I see. Patrick. In the English manner. This one's kind of goofy, but it's kind of Patrick. Patrick teamed up with a foreman, and they be doing like, you know what? We need to... Oh no, which one is this? Yeah, we need to cover... do some covering of the path. The red velvet path for, I don't know, a function. a social function. So they thought it would be a great idea to take some bamboo sticks and glue them together with some bean stalks, or is it grain stalks? Bean stalks. To create like an awning on top of the velvet red carpet. It was a shoddy construction. So now we have Julius Caesar, who's in the bathroom of the infirmary, admiring how handsome he is. And at the same time, there are some slender men and also foremen, as well as a nurse who was checking out his elbows, right? His handsome elbows and legs. Yep. That's it. Yeah, we're close. 25:30, that sounds about right. Let's see, Rampart. Legolas in the basement of the beach house, I guess. Where he's taking refuge, in a way. So he decided to build some ramparts build it up with soil to surround some rice fields. Oh my gosh. Rough. To hunker down, I guess. Hunker down in the basement. As a base. The beach house as a base. Alright. So, we got Patrick again in the English manor. This time he thought it would be a great idea to plant flowers alongside the path, right? The path of the Velvet Garden. Maybe the courtyard. But an inconsiderate foreman came around and walked through, dragging grain stalks along the way, causing the flowers to be disheveled. That's rough. Rough bears, man. Rough bears. Let's see. We got Frodo in the church again, looking for the Holy Compass. And at night, he also needed some rations from his long journey. Came upon some animal fat. Got Diddy Kong, who's standing. This one's outrageous. Standing in front of the electricity plant. How does this relate to the electricity plant? I don't know how this relates to the electricity plant. Oh, it's something like... something about electric fur or something. Oh, it's like mentors. Okay, it's fine. Mentors, maybe teach them how to operate electricity. It's good enough. There's like a bunch of many fathers. He has many father figures. Right. Professor X. Ooh. Professor X in the bathroom of the electricity plant, overseeing some mutants in the construction of a cave that's equipped with some fins, right? Yeah. Or I don't know, enclosure. Or generating energy or storing energy. Something like that, like an opening. Not great. Not very great. Zelda bathroom barn, helping out with some compost, setting things on fire, some expired goods along with some wood. Wait, yeah, with dry goods, dry wood. Robin Hood basement, electricity plant. This is where he's dodging, dipping. Reverse engineered some flowers to provoke the peeps into getting electrocuted. Right. By touching loose wires on the armpit, causing their hearts to stop, and him making his getaway. I guess the people were yelling at him to stop his shenanigans. He was there to feel power for the poor. I don't know how that works. That's good enough. Alright. We got James Bond. There's so many characters. Holy heck. James Bond. A bathroom. James Bond bathroom of the temple. Spotted his target, the Slender Man, who's in the center of the springs. Right, it's good enough. Okay, then we have Walter White, who is in the basement of the pawn shop. Oh, gesturing his fingers, his I don't know, his aged, experienced fingers, to a hair, to pull out a hair for testing new product. Right. Okay, so we got 4 things. Tien. Oh man, Tien is such a disappointment. Multiple times. Right? It's this, right? Yeah. Reduce. This is where he like sprays a special thing, or a blowgun. He sprays it and then it like shrinks, and then he can like take it and swipe it or something like that. I think that's the mnemonic special spray. Yi was very disappointing. Yi is recurring too. I don't know what we're gonna do about that at the moment. It's grain stock. Shift. Pretty sure. More is recent and it occurred twice. The white gloves do not help. Although I need to solidify end. White glove is supposed to attach to the fingers to help. Or smear. And oh, Zhuang. I knew Zhuang was not gonna fly. It took like one iteration. Okay. Gasp. Okay. Let's go take a look at the kind of reflect on it. Oh, we have Tien. So the problem is I get caught up in Han. What the heck is Han? I think it has blowgun in it too. Yes, it has a mouth. Okay. And then also regret, Han. And is Jian the only one? Yes, Jian the only one. So we're definitely going to accent the spray. Jimmy Neutron is in the base, has gone to the basement of the pawn shop to peruse, to acquire a special type of blowgun that can support his special spray that reduces what would he do? Maybe like that reduces Bully's toxicity towards him. Maybe like special scientifically formulated spray. Okay. All right. So where do we go with shift? I was thinking of what is it? Gal. Why do I think of Gal? Let's look at what Gal is. It's draft. It's nowhere close. Oh, I guess it has a grain stock, but that's not good. Why did I think of that? I also thought of Qiao. I think it's Qiao. It was quiet. No, it wasn't quiet? Yeah, it was quiet. Quiet souls. Oh. What other do I have? Duel, I already knew about that. Goal. Oh, goal. Yeah, true. There's no reason. I have no reason to think this was anything else. Huh. I did get stuck on many grains. So, like, the many part. Maybe we'll do what many grains for, right? So Yoshi is running into the house, running inside the house, dragging many grain stalks from the maybe like shifting many grain stalks. Oh, shifting is kind of rough. Shifting many grain stalks collected from the field into the kitchen. In order as ordered by Mario for the upcoming house party. I think we had did the house party thing a couple times already. We'll try with that. More. So where did we lost more? I lost it at end. So maybe I'll throw in a dead tree somewhere. So Mario basement office building, finalizing some paper work. for his invoices for his plumbing job. And I thought about him fixing something with a dead tree. So his plumbing job. With a dead tree. Which, I don't know. Involved a dead tree. Puncturing, I don't know. Damaging. Outdoor pipe. Outdoor pipe. Water, I don't know, water pipes. The whiteout thing, not the greatest. We'll see. The dead tree is not being connected to the fingers. Oh, you know, office building? Maybe we can slightly... Oh, smear. Oh, actually, a little bit better. So, office building. Right, Mario is in an office building where he is on a plumbing job. He found out, like, discovered that a dead tree from, I don't know, from outside somehow, or sure, a dead tree has caused damage to a pipe in the basement. I don't know how that happens, but it's good enough. So he took out some what would you call them? Like topical. Oh, what do you call it? Like a lick, or like a paste, like some bonding paste, and smeared it over the damages. Damages is white finger gloves. No one said he was a really good plumber, right? All right. So, and then gasp. All right. So I'm gonna go with the thing earlier. So Chucky ran into the basement of the pawn shop, being chased by the prospector owner. Right. He was quickly able to escape, or really able to outrun the prospector and leave the prospector gasping for breath through his mouth. Chucky doesn't. Chucky, you know, Chucky is a puppet after all. Not alive, puppet, evil puppet. All right. I'm a little over. Okay. All right, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero. We're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. I would love to compare notes. You are more than welcome to come on by Yap talk about things. We had a huge Yap session in the WaniKani session before today. Talked about comparing, contrasting our thoughts on perception of skill building, throw in some language learning. I think there's quite a lot of fun topics now. I can only imagine how many topics we'll have to cover and think about moving on into next year, getting close to the end of the year. But topics have been growing. I've had some like regular contact now, and you're always welcome to join in for a little bit of Yap. Find out what happens after a couple months. Right? We're building up. Until then, feel free to come on by. We can try to keep each other motivated, be interested in our lives, and mutually maybe interested in other people's lives at the same time. Keep each other motivated by exchanging interesting ideas, discussing them. I do earnestly believe in the whole input and then output through teaching and discussion as a great surrogate, or like another way to apply something when you're not necessarily ready to output something, right? You can explain concepts, explain vocabulary words, even combine them. I mean, nothing is stopping you from trying to substitute words and whatnot as you're going around. I think that is ultimately a great way to normalize learning something, then applying it. Learning something, applying it. It's, in my way, a hot take, as opposed to constantly talking about, is input sufficient for doing that? Ultimately, output is going to be involved. So my hot take is it's more about implicit learning. So when you're doing things, oftentimes you need to apply the things you know immediately to know something else. So you can technically juggle inputs with a little bit of outputs, and you can kind of continue to keep yourself moving along the way while you're doing that. Obviously, that balance between input and output is certainly up to the person, but ultimately it takes a lot of willpower to holistically try, or not holistically specialize in a very stringent and restrictive method, right? I do earnestly, as a hot take, prefer balanced approaches, and balanced approaches can incorporate the output of discussion. Discussion and expression is ultimately one way to emotionally regulate as well as elevate the level of thinking, because yes, not all inputs are created equal. You can spend lots and lots of times in immersion for inputs, and you can have a startlingly big gap between someone who has a quality of thinking from the input versus someone who does not. And oftentimes discussion, exchange, that elicits, if one is not conscious, want to be conscious about these things, engaging in discussion and comparing and contrast can intuitively elevate one's thinking, especially when expressing and attracting other people who continue to challenge and share a collective interest, right? I think one of the last topic points that I pushed really hard on in the end of the WaniKani session was the idea that I hear this time and time again about like a native speaker, go find a native speaker, things. I want to add additional to that. The addition is that whoever you're getting must have a expressive ability that is not rate limiting to understand how to discuss and contrast. It's a native speaker fallacy, in my opinion, very likely to play into the native speaker fallacy when you're assuming that somehow being able to ascertain or perform would translate into evaluation, teaching, and expression. I think that is a very big pit that I may go into even more aggressively in the future. Using that as a criteria constantly emphasizes, in my opinion, how people sideline individuals who understand how to learn, discuss, and disseminate information, how that is a lower priority than someone who somehow can specialize in the skill. I genuinely think that it is very debatable that a person you're getting information from and correcting you and whatnot is prioritizing teaching, expressing, and like exchanging of ideas versus someone who simply tells you what is normal and not normal. I mean, you can use that in that way, but that also means then you're relying on yourself to know that that person's interest is that ability to communicate. And for myself, when it comes to a native speaker, I genuinely, as a hot take, I would prioritize, if I can get both, that's great. However, if I can't get both, I would prioritize someone who has a common interest to me. So someone who's a language learner who has a complementary skill set or different exposures and different ideas that they engaged in order to mutually share and combine efforts. Because when you're studying from someone and you're disseminating information, it's very different what that person's intent is. Personally, I would love to meet other Japanese native speakers, for instance, who have a mutual understanding that learning another language is fantastic. That implies that they would also know English to an extent that demonstrates that they have a capacity and an appreciation for language learning. Someone who is a native speaker who has no interest or participation in language learning, in my opinion, undercuts the idea that this person is likely not equipped. But other than that, a parameter for, oh, this is right, this is normal. That's great. In my opinion, that doesn't lead to learning. That leads to memorization. It leads to regurgitation, imitation, and recognition. I don't think that, in my opinion, personally promotes a higher level of thinking. It's one of those things like, would you want a teacher that just keeps telling you the right answer and not explain why it's the right answer? And then when you ask, they may or may not reciprocate their interest to you because they don't participate in the activity that you are doing. I think that was a really strong counter argument that I wanted to make, but I was kind of running out of time. And I'm still running out of time now, but we might talk about it in the future. It's very likely. It dealt with science, comparing scientific thinking with language thinking, and I thought there was a lot of leap of logic in our end topic. So we're probably going to revisit this in another day. But for now, that gives you a little type of teaser of what type of discussion we have. I think learning is very much fundamental to a lot of things, and undercutting learning and the person's experience in learning and teaching is kind of a core deficiency right now. Yes, certainly, I'll take a native speaker whenever I can, but boy howdy, a native speaker who also learns another language, and that language happens to be also like lingua franca, then we're talking about that. Because right now I really dislike the one-way arguments about how, oh yeah, so if you have a skill, then you are more likely to be useful. And I'm like, well, no, not exactly. Like, someone could be a really great physicist, and rarely would they ever be able to communicate to you and point out things to you that are wrong, that's helpful for you. And somehow there's this like bubble in language learning that somehow that is also different. That type of myopia and hyperfocus doesn't translate to a native speaker who can't explain concepts to you because they themselves are not interested in learning another language or have prior experience with another language. And we were talking about Japanese. Chinese might be a little bit different. Japanese, there are many converging evidence that point to the idea that there's a big disconnect between native speakers, native Japanese speakers who are interested in English versus English speakers who are interested in Japanese. So those things are very important things to consider. And that's it for today. Obviously, HanziHero is Chinese. It's very difficult to ascertain about Chinese because of the separation of internet use networks.
Until then, until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Right, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.